Welcome to this meeting of People and Families Policy and Scrutiny Committee. Please note we're live streaming the meeting on YouTube, and a recording of the meeting will be available afterwards. Obviously, if anybody objects to that, please speak now or leave or whatever you feel appropriate. We're not expecting fire alarm test today, so if the alarm does sound, please follow the officers out of the building and gather in the cathedral grounds. Thanks for that. Membership apologies, substitutions and declarations of interest. Jazz, anything to note in apologies?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We've had apologies from Councillor Peter May, Scott Tatum from Health Watch and Reverend Alan Moss.
Marvellous. Thank you. Okay, well, I'd like to welcome our new member, Tom Cohen, who has stepped up to join the committee. So welcome to the committee, and just as set out in the report, the Brentwood Catholic Diocese has nominated Tom as a co-opted member of this committee. Relevant legislative position is set out in the report. In light of the nomination, can I have an agreement from the committee to appoint Tom as a co-opted member? No vote needed, just general assent. Thank you. And welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
That takes us on to the previous meeting. Has everybody had a chance to have a look at those? Any comments or changes or anything else? No? Okay, thank you. We haven't got any questions from the public this morning, so we'll move straight on to the first item, which is the library's update. We've got Councillor Mark Durham here as the Cabinet Member for Arts, Heritage and Culture, Julia Perez and Craig Fitcook, Library Service Manager, and I think we've got other people as well.
Come on, Matt. You've gained a few.
Yeah, if I could just ask you to introduce yourselves, that would be really helpful.
Want me to go first?
Yes.
I'm Lucy Brazen, I'm the Literacy Lead for the Essex Library Service.
I'm Jay Brown, I'm the Library Service Delivery Plan Manager.
And I'm Charlie Bagalay, the Library Service Area Manager.
Thank you. Great. Well, I think we'll pass over that to you now to make your presentation and update us on the progress with the Library Service. So I don't know, Mark, whether you want to.
Yeah, I will do. I'll open it up, Chairman, and it's very nice to be here for what will be your last meeting as Chairman, I think. Yeah. Will you elevate your position to the big chair? Thank you very much for inviting us to come back to do this library update. And out of all of the elements in my portfolio, I never get tired of being able to showcase and talk about the library service. And to put it into perspective, we have the second largest library service in the country, and probably the most vibrant, because we are the only authority that is still openly investing in service. And since we last met, I've been able to visit quite a few of our libraries. I was at Colchester before it closed for refurbishment to celebrate it becoming the library service becoming Library of Sanctuary. We opened the brand new library in Shenfield, and I've been to Malden and Rayleigh to open the new banking service, which is our collaboration with Barclays and a number of the other libraries on the Santa bus, but I think the less we say about that, the better. I think the thing that really hits me is that the enthusiasm of the officers in the whole service, and they really do have a passion. And they go really above and beyond. You may remember the announcement at full council about the team at the Chelmsford Library who delivered CPR to somebody that had a heart attack and actually managed to save that person's life. And I was very pleased to go down and deliver a letter that the chairman had signed for all of the staff that were involved. And they were all praised by the paramedics on that occasion, and they definitely did save the gentleman's life. I think it's fair to say that we know where the library service was a few years ago, and Councillor McKinley set the ball rolling after that with Juliet to look at everyone's library plan, and the team are going to be speaking about that a little bit more today. I think we all know that the residents want something different from our libraries, and because of that, libraries are changing in terms of the support they need, and our libraries are evolving all of the time to meet that need. We are delivering services which are complementary to the core offer, and such as banking, which we'll hear about, such as our trial with Specsavers for audiology and many other services. The visa service downstairs, I understand that Susie Quattro was in Slice and she's on her way to the visa service downstairs this morning. So, as I said, I'm really pleased. I'm really proud of our library service. We have some ongoing projects which we'll talk about. We have obviously the Imagination Centre at Colchester, and Pitsea is underway, hopefully, which is underway, which is going to deliver really fantastic new facility there. I don't want to steal their thunder because we bought the whole team, as you can see, but we have been working on some really exciting things and developing things ourselves, not buying in projects and initiatives from anywhere else. Our team have set this up, and it's largely because of the reorganisation, staff reorganisation we had a little while ago, where we brought in some staff from outside of the traditional library service. We brought in people from retail and other backgrounds, which have brought a completely new and really exciting perspective. And through that, some of the things that we're doing now are completely different to what other services are doing. So you've heard quite enough from me. I'm going to hand over to Juliet, who's going to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. And just to say that with the team, people were fighting to come here with me today to tell you about their projects that they're delivering. So thank you to the team. We're going to give you an update on the library plan. As Councillor Durham said, we're the second largest service in the country. We've got 74 libraries and 2 mobile libraries. The plan was launched in 2022 and is built on the 3 pillars shown here. And the library plan supports everyone's ethics, the health and wellbeing of all ages, and is underpinned by supporting the environment in everything that we do. It also commits to keeping all 74 libraries open. We've spent the last 3 years delivering the plan and encouraging residents to come back and use their libraries following the pandemic. And I know you were keen to see the difference in the service before and after the pandemic. We're offering new service offers and partnerships. We've expanded our reach and have and will continue to deliver against all of the 15 commitments listed in the plan. For example, we now offer literacy activities for adults and children. We've improved our technology with Wi-Fi printing in all of our libraries, and we're ensuring we've done a lot of work on our stock to ensure that it's working harder and is in the right locations. And as Councillor Durham has said, we've also restructured the service to create less management layers and to bring in new ideas and staff with new skills, which is including the team that are here with me today. When I first started in 2019, I noticed the language being used about libraries was quite negative. People spoke about the declining use of libraries and the lack of activities. Our buildings were tired, the windows hadn't been cleaned for a couple of years, some needed a lick of paint, etc. But I also noticed the passion for the service from the staff, the quality of the work was excellent, and the local engagement they had with their residents was still high. 7 months after I started, we went into the pandemic, but these are our figures for last year, and I think they show how hard the service has worked since to turn the story around. With nearly 3.5 million physical visits and nearly 4 million hard copy issues and renewals, this is not a decline in service. I'm so proud of our achievements. Our libraries are valued, safe spaces which help to reduce social isolation, support customers to find information. They can come in and join a group, to talk to people, or just to sit and work and relax. We're a leading authority in the Libraries Consortium, and I'm also chair of the Libraries Connected East Group, which represents 10 authorities across the east of England. And in my role, I'm ensuring that Essex are leading the way with new developments such as our regional digital offer and our income strategy. Next slide. Over the last 5 years, active and new memberships have both increased. These figures, I must say, do not include Colchester, Harwich and Pitsea libraries because they were closed for a part of 2024. So you can see that our active and new members are exceeding, and in fact active member figures would have exceeded the 2019 figures if those 3 libraries had been open. So these figures are really important for me because they mean that people are coming into their libraries and using their library card in some way to borrow a book, to print something, to use a library computer or read something online in the library. The new member figures well exceed 2019 figures, even without those 3 libraries that are closed, and Colchester is our busiest library. So this means that every month approximately 6,000 people are coming in and to join the library service, which is fantastic. These figures show that we've improved our offer through our static libraries, but also through our mobile and our outreach offer when we reach out to parts of the county that aren't necessarily near a library or where people just cannot come into a library. We've also raised the profile of libraries with both internal and external partners, and we've promoted how we can support their services now and in the future. So, for example, Councillor Durham mentioned Barclays, who are now based in 5 of our libraries, and we've got data to prove that in those libraries, people are coming in and using their library cards again. So that, Barclays are bringing them into the buildings, but then they're actually using the library service as well, which is fantastic. And we're working really hard with Barclays to be able to offer our customers in those libraries and across the service digital training. We've got the visa application service downstairs in Chelmsford Library, which is really popular. We've got library sanctuary status for the whole library service, and we were awarded dementia-friendly recognition from the Alzheimer's Society in 2023. We work with public health, early years and adult social care to deliver various initiatives such as providing residents with access to blood pressure monitors in all of our libraries, seated exercise classes, and the team are going to be telling you more. Next slide. So this is our footfall and our issues figures. So footfall has continued to grow every year since 2021 as people have returned to the service and our static buildings. Our issues and renewals have also grown steadily, although again these figures are affected by the temporary closures that I've mentioned. I think these figures are important because they show a change in our customer behaviour to online use of the service through our e-books and our resources offer, which have both seen a huge increase in issues over the past 4 years. And they will continue to grow. These figures show the importance as well as other data that we can now collect to show how people are using libraries as community hubs. So our data helps us to evidence the impact of the library service and the value of working with libraries. So the data shown includes attendance at our events, our digital offer and our social value, which we will talk about later. Some of these events include Rhyme Times, our fantastic summer reading challenge, which last year had over 22,000 children join, our Essex Book Festival events, big school meetups, knit and natter sessions, warm welcomes, plus our own winter reading challenge, which we've designed to encourage children to use the service over the winter months and keep reading. So collecting data about the events that we're delivering is vital for us and will help us to determine who and who isn't attending our events, where the events are being held, which events are most popular and where we need to increase or decrease them. We will grow this data and use it to influence the type of events we need to deliver in the future to attract new audiences and non-library customers.
Do you mind if I jump in there, Julia?
Yes.
Just with the Events app was something completely new that we introduced. So it only launched and we started capturing our first lot of data in March of this year. The whole intention of that was using the social value tools that we have available, and I'll talk about that a bit later on in the presentation. So we can look at all of the events we've got running, report on the number of events we have, but also look at where we're successfully delivering those events. Where does it meet the areas of deprivation? How are we reaching out to the right children, families, people in all of our communities to make sure that they can access these events? And then from that, we can then start to target and look at how do we reach out to some of those harder to reach groups and pull those into the library and make sure that we've got the right events running there too. And you can see there some of those figures I'll expand on a little later. In the first month, over 21,000 people attended events, 1,100 events held across our libraries, and 1.1 million in social value. And that's only for a small proportion of the actual events that we're capturing across our library service. There is still some work to do there to make sure that we can expand the tool and capture all of the other activities that we're running through the service. So this data initially now is fantastic, but I think you'll see more as we start to develop that tool around all of the other offer that we've got available across the library service. Thanks, Julia.
Thanks, Frank. Okay. So we're going to now move on and talk to you about some of our property projects that we've got going on. The first library is I'm going to talk about is Shenfield Library. It opened on the 5th of February this year after 2.5 years in a temporary building at ACL in Brentwood, funded by the 9 flats above it. Next slide. It's an amazing library, it's modern and bright and in a great location. If you haven't come down to see Shenfield Library, please do. We'd love you to come and have a look round. From day one, I was there when we opened the door at 9 o'clock in the morning, and from day one, people just walked in that library and reclaimed it as a community asset. There wasn't a massive stampede of people. They just kept coming in. It was fantastic to see how much they just absolutely loved their library being back in their community. Next slide. Shenfield Library has a wide offer. We've got study areas around the library. There's a meeting room that can be hired out. We've got public computers and Wi-Fi printing and self-service Wi-Fi printing. We've got a lovely little garden area at the front of the library where we'll be able to hold children's and adult activities. There's a commercial unit within the building which will be able to generate some income. We offer blue badge assessments. We've had to increase our events there because the library is so popular. We've had to increase our rhyme times, for example. And I would say this library is a great example of working with the community. We've got a really fantastic friends group who fully support the library, and they've been great in helping us with the reopening of the library and running some of the events. Next slide. So you can see some of our figures there. Since opening, the footfall and new members have increased a lot. Events have been well attended and the IT facilities have been well used every day. We've even been able to increase the opening hours very slightly when we reopened, which has been proved to be extremely popular. I think I would just say that, as Councillor Durham said, our investment in our libraries is unique, and it helps to increase the awareness of our service and our profile. And on the day that we did the formal launch, I'm proud to say that the President of Libraries Connected, which is our governing body, if you like, Ed Jewell, he came down to attend the launch and he absolutely loved the library and he has spoken about it since. So it's all good publicity for us. Okay, I'm now going to hand you over to Craig to talk to you about our other projects.
Thanks, Julia. So, if you could just go back one. one for me. Thank you. So you can see there by the property building list, we've got lots and lots of work happening across the estate. Councillor Durham mentioned earlier around Colchester. Colchester and Harwich are both currently closed at the moment, having full refurbs. Colchester having a massive refurb because of all of the work that's going on the ground floor. So we'll have a whole new children's imagination centre, a whole new children's library offer on that ground floor. The first floor having a complete refurb. So lots of new offers, lots of new space and modernisation of Colchester Library. Lots of opportunity as well for us to be able to work with different partners in that building. It is one of the biggest buildings in the estate, and as Juliet said, had the highest footfall prior to closure. So we were seeing just under 30,000 people a month come through Colchester Library. So we'll be looking at some of the different things like co-location with Specsavers, going to be using some of the space there. Registration service is expanding their offer. We'll have a whole new exhibition space, working with the Essex Records Office, the museum and the university to look at how we can expand the offer running from Colchester Library. So lots and lots of new things going in. Harwich is having the complete refurb, but also having a new mezzanine floor added to the building. So again, we can co-locate and work with other services. So adult community learning is coming into Harwich Library, and again, just supports the expansion of that offer. How do we work with our partners and use our buildings in a smart way? You can see there as well, we've got Clacton due to close at the end of this year, Loughton due to close as well. Greenstead is up there for discussion, isn't it, at the moment, and working with Colchester City Council around that one. Pitsea is currently closed and due to reopen in 2027. And you can see by some of the images on the screen here, these are future sort of images around how we expect our libraries to look when they reopen. Bottom left-hand corner, I'm going to talk about Colchester lots because I love Colchester and it's my library, so it's really good. You can see just how pretty that children's area is going to look, but also how we can use that space now very, very differently to what we could previously. So we will have areas where we can have author events. We've got the Children's Imagination Centre. We're looking at how we can work with different areas of Essex to offer different services from that Imagination Centre as well, so specific SEND classes, how we can use that space for other activities and events. So lots and lots of work happening across our estate. I think I'll hand you over to Casey now for a little bit. Artie Bookworms.
Thank you. Yeah, this is something that I came into the poster when last July and tried to look at what we could do to not only encourage children's literacy and parents reading with their children, but also to continue to think about how we normalise coming to the library service every week for a child. So lots of parents will come in intermittently, but they may not come back. So they'll come in and use their card, perhaps take a book out, and then maybe go another year without stepping through the door with their child. So it was really to think about how we did that. There's a little bit of a rationale about Artie Bookworms. So according to the data in the UK, a significant number of children begin primary school with poor speech and language skills, with estimates suggesting that up to 1 in 5 children may start school lacking necessary communication abilities to succeed, and this particularly impacts on children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Personally, I would say it's more than 1 in 5. From what I've seen, I've been teaching, I've worked with children's services quite a lot, and teachers are now saying lots of children come in with very poor speech and language, and it obviously then leads to complications for them later on in their education. So this can lead to challenges in learning, social interaction throughout their education. So we created Artie Bookworms to try to address the challenge. Right, please. So thinking about how we would do it, we started our bookworms as it started a theme of 8 sessions that are delivered to children. Generally, the children that come through the door are around about 3 years of age, but we're aiming it from 1 to 5. They come in with their families, maybe parents, grandparents, to designated libraries, the early years framework. Sessions are framed around a text each week. The sessions offer a story time, so there'll be a book, and then the person leading the session will read to the children. During that time, they pick out keywords in the text, which then will be spoken about as the person is reading. And at the end of that, there is a related art activity linked to the story. And you can see there, one of my staff, one of the connectors, was leading on that The book of the week is then given out to the children and families. We try to encourage the children to go to the desk with their own ticket with their parents, and they can borrow that for the week. We encourage the parents to read small snippets of the book throughout the week, so in the end they've actually got the child is really used to the book. When they return the following week, they bring that book back and it starts again, and it goes on for 8 weeks. During that time, as I say, there's lots of discussion around the child's speech. We try to have a person running it and a volunteer. So there's 2 people generally. We limit the classes to 12, which means we can get round and talk to the families about any concerns they may have about their child, and then we can then either refer on, or we might be able to help with just some sort of snippets of what we might know that can help. So we're keeping it very structured, quite targeted. It's been in a few targeted areas. It's been in Chelmsford, Rayleigh, Brentwood, Greenstead at the moment. So lots of progress around it. Next slide, please. We started to look at some data and wanted to evaluate what we're doing. So we've got some evaluation sheets that the parents fill in at the beginning of the course. So they fill them in at week 1. Obviously, if they don't want to, then we haven't had anybody that doesn't want to, so most families will. It just sort of talks about if they've come to the library regularly with their child in the past. Often some will say never. Then we look at it like 8 weeks later and think, well, actually, you've come for 8 weeks. So that changes that kind of data. So evaluations have been really positive. 95% of the children completed all 8 sessions, which is very rare because you generally get people dipping in and out, but quite good. I know because I've run a few myself and I've seen the 8-week progress. And that support, I've just said supports sustained library attendance and borrowing. So they're going every week. They're coming every week for 8 weeks, really normalising coming through the library doors, taking a book out. We've piloted with 7 libraries with 10 to 12 children in attendance every week. Evaluations have been completed for each child, which I've spoken about, and the results have been really, really amazing. I've seen people coming in and saying, I've never been to library service before, and then obviously I'm going to be coming all the time. My child would never sit still and listen for very long, but actually their listening skills have got better because obviously we're trying to talk to the parents about how you can sort of make it fun and how that will happen. Outcomes, 100% will promote children's good level of development, get them ready for school. It will certainly help their literacy skills, and more than anything else, it will foster a lifelong love of reading and just actually having a book. We're seeing really young children sitting there really, really engrossed in the Gruffalo or the Hungry Caterpillar. They know the next bit that's going to happen in the book. That's so good because children are already preempting, understanding, digesting the book as they go along. 100% of the families, every family takes a book out. Some might say, like I was at a session at Greenstead and one of the mums said, I've already got that book, and it's fine. But then the next week she said, well, I've never had that book before. So 100% of the families are taking the books out. And again, that's so positive because we haven't always seen that. At rhyme times, generally, people will come in and come to a lovely rhyme time, which is fine, but we don't always see them taking the book out. This way, we know that they're going to take the text out. Next slide, please. So we thought about what's next for Artie Bookworms. I'd love to deliver it right across all of the libraries. It's actually quite time consuming. So we've looked at how we can partner up with one of our really key partners we've been working with. We've been working with the early years team, working with ACL. So ACL now are going to be working with us and delivering alongside us. So some in September, they're running some 3 for us at the moment, up till the end of school term. We'll stop for the July break. We'll start again in September when the children go back to school, and we will then hopefully be delivering it right across Essex with the help of ACL. So some ACL tutors will be delivering it. Some libraries and some of our library staff will be delivering it others. It's already started at Greenstead Library just recently, and like I said, we're working with the ACL tutors to deliver Artie Bookworms alongside our library staff. It will enhance our partnership working between the library and ACL, and 100% it will increase the capacity to be able to deliver it at many more libraries, because we're being asked by families in different areas, have you not got it here, have you not got it there, so it will help us to do that. Brentwood and Sybil Headingham are now delivering their second season of Artie Bookworms to new cohorts of children. Because the first season was so successful, we invested in more books, So we now have a trunk for each book that goes to the library with all the art and craft stuff already inside it. So anyone picking up the session, they're all running fairly consistently the same. So that started, we've got a new season of books. We intend to train more library staff so that they can deliver this for us. And we're looking at the Making It Real, which is a raise early achievement in literacy for our staff. So a couple of our staff are going to do the Train the Trainer 2-day course, which means they will then be able to disseminate the information out to other members of staff and ACL staff. So this will help with the understanding, which I've been talking to people about the words in the text, etc. We intend to recruit more volunteers to run the support staff at Arty Bookworms, because it runs better if there are more people, just because we can give personal time to the children and families, and also to develop any existing volunteers by offering them regular supervision and training, which I've been looking at, and a couple of our volunteers have dipped into. We've got an online video that they can watch, and then they've contacted me to say they didn't understand this, or didn't understand, or spoke to one of the staff. So that's been working as well. We really want to gather a lot more qualitative data. We've got a lot of qualitative data, but I'd like to look at some more quantitative data and then share that and work with our early years teams to see whether this is actually having an impact. Is it going to be, so if we did it on a larger scale, would we start to see improvements in children starting school? 100%, I think that would happen. We just need to obviously make it grow to be able to do that. So that's our Arty Bookworms. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey.
Okay. Sorry. I've been managing since July a lovely group or team of community connectors. They are, as Councillor Durham said, passionate, caring, go the extra mile. They've done so well over the last year. We're just getting out into the community. So they attended 339 events across their 6 June 2024. I actually think it's probably more than that. They have been at education settings, they've been in community hubs, country parks, museums, been to Colchester Zoo, wildlife parks, lots and lots of local festivals we've been going to, and loads of community fun days. Really good presence there. We've either taken the mobile library and done that, or we've had a stand and a gazebo. They take lots. We can get some freebies we get from different partners. We take a lot of that along. We hope that we've got enough literature to talk to them about borrow box and things when we're there. We've engaged with 23,000 residents, including 15,000 of them were children. Signed up 979 new members in 2024, but also signposted a lot more into the library who would have signed up then as well. So it's a bit of a sort of like a golden thread through. Engagement just from January to March, I looked the other day, is almost 7,000 with 130 events attended. The social value across our 38 book start sessions. So we have the book start packs now go to targeted settings, targeted nurseries in Essex, and instead of just doing a drop-off of a book, we've now started to do some work with the settings. So we've got a bag, and the connectors go in and they talk to the settings about the different ways that they can read to children. Because with the best will in the world, not all settings know how to do that, or they may be busy. So this gives an opportunity to be able to do that. And Craig worked out that the social value was almost 43,000 just for 38 book starts. We've done probably about 3 times that amount now, so that was a huge social value. We've just recently attended 4 really, really busy SEND roadshows across all 4 quadrants in March, where we're able to support families and children with SEND. It really offers fantastic opportunities for loads of partnership working, and we engage with over 700 children, families and partners over the 4 events. We had prime spot in the halls that we were in, which was really lovely because it meant that everybody could then see what the library service had on offer. We did some really funny reads with the children. It was lovely, 4 really lovely events. Just recently, a few weeks ago, I hosted and judged a poetry competition with one of my connectors in Harlow, with Harlow Museum. It was really lovely. When they first asked me to do it, I thought, oh, what's this going to be like? It was absolutely lovely. We held workshops with a local poet. She did some workshops with the families and children come in. What was really nice is we had a lot of young people, a lot of teenagers doing this, and a lot of teenagers applied and entered the competition, and I judged it, and I had that category of teenagers. So it's really nice. The young person that won, our teenage one, actually started to get really upset and said about things that she'd had in her life and whatever. So really useful, and we want to grow that. We've looked at that with Harlow about doing that next year, but making it bigger, really making it really family focused, and also encouraging our teenagers to apply. We've continued to work with partners such as Essex Child and Family Wellbeing Service. I come from there. That was my previous role, so I've had instant links in. We've grown those links, which are really good now. We've done some fantastic work with the SEND team. Possibly one of the strongest things I think that we've done this year is to encourage our staff to join a SEND and autism friendly working party. So we've looked at how we can deliver put SEND into make sure it's important, make sure that we are fully inclusive in our libraries, social stories, we're looking at that again. So a lot of work going on in the background around that. We've worked really well with the early years teams, and we've worked with lots of charities. On Friday, myself and a connector were at a huge open event for a SEND charity in Wat Tyler Park, and it was lovely. It was really warm. We had a nice big gazebo. Lots of people were coming over. We saw lots of schools come over to talk to us with their youngsters who had varying needs and disabilities. So new initiatives have been introduced, as we've spoken about. Arty Bookworms was one, and we've made 2 of the connectors permanent now, and this ensures that all of the work, all of this we've started, all of the Arty Bookworms, all the things we've started can continue to grow. Thank you.
So back over to me for this one. It's like information overload.
Sorry.
This session. There's so much good stuff going on. It's only a small snippet of it as well, isn't there? There's so many different bits. So Know Your Neighbourhood is a specific project that was run in the tendering area. So we've picked this as just an example to be able to show what we can do. 88,000, don't get me wrong, is a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, a relatively small amount of funding to deliver multiple different pieces of work and events across the tendering area with the intention of tackling, as it says there, chronic loneliness. This was funded through Libraries Connected. So we took that funding, we looked at the tendering area and then said, what can we deliver across tendering that we can work with volunteers, micro-volunteering opportunities, bring people in to be able to increase the footfall in the library, but also with a specific focus on tackling loneliness. That included everything from looking in the tendering area around what are some of the causes of loneliness, and that ranged from pregnancy through to old age through to SEND, and how we could broaden the offer and have lots and lots of different activities. Next slide, please. So if you can just click through this one slowly, thank you. So Know Your Neighbourhood statistics. So as I said, we offered lots and lots of different activities across tendering. So digital media course. Keep clicking through Crafternoons. So the Crafternoons were for adults and children. Walking for Wellbeing, where we led on different walking groups for different people. Puzzle boards, so some of the simple activities in our libraries, how do we bring people in for that? Action Art Play, which was a fantastic offer where we had various different sessions, so they could be targeted for SEND, it could be for younger people, different age ranges, where they produced some amazing pieces of art. Inclusive story times, a garden project, Gaming Cove, which Jay will touch on later, and then finally I think there's just one more. So as I'm going to touch on again, the social value. So just for this piece, we had a quick look at the Action Art Play sessions, and you can see there it reached 149 children across the 4 days. So we had 2 activities on each day and generated 24,000 in social value. The broader sort of Know Your Neighbourhood outcomes are now being evaluated. So it finished at end of April. But how we spent that 88k meant that we could look at bringing in things like specific art kits, Macathon sessions for staff for SEND, so we can deliver Macathon rhyme times in conjunction with another lady who comes in and supports some of those sessions. We brought in over 100 volunteers as part of that activity across the 12 months that the Know Your Neighbourhood project was running. 67 of those were new volunteers. 450 service users came to the different events, and we generated in total at this point 150,000 in social value. So we've still got to evaluate some of the other activities that were happening. But the clever thing that we did with this funding was to look at how do we support projects that can continue beyond the end of the funding. So things like the Gaming Cove, which Joe will touch on later, it was buying the right equipment for us to be able to deliver that and work with people with mental health and loneliness. delivering art craft sessions where we could then keep some of the arts and craft materials to be able to continue to deliver those sessions across the rest of the year. Lots of bits going on if you get a chance as well to look at some of the libraries connected information. Lots of blogs there from Essex where we supported some of the information going out more broadly across the country really around the activities that we were holding. So social value, I've spoken lots and keep dropping in social value. I love it. I think it's a different way for us to be able to evidence the impact of the library service. So it's very, very difficult when you've got a service where you can't go, this is the profit we've made or we've generated X amount of income as you would in the commercial sector. But through using some of the tools that are listed here, we're able to look at the library service in a completely different way and say, we've got the commercial element of the library, as Juliet mentioned earlier, around income generation through things like co-location of services, charging people like Barclays, etc., to use our space to generate that physical income. The social value enables us to look at all of the different activities that we're running, from those individual sort of conversations with the resident who may be struggling, through our memory cafes, who may have dementia, different pieces like that, and putting a pounds and pence figure next to that to evidence the social value that we're bringing through those single interactions, but also more broadly through the events that we run and the activities that are run through the library service. We're really, really lucky in Essex that we've got these two tools that we can use. So we've got the National Themes Outcome Measures tool, the TOMS tool, and the Economic Value of Library Service, so the EVOLS tool, that we can use and we can map next to each of the activities that we run, some of the social value that we're bringing in. Next slide, please. So here's just a little sort of snapshot of some of the work that we're doing. As we touched on earlier, I said around the 1.1 million that we generated in a month. That was through the new events app, and you can see there those activities ranging from the arts and crafts, memory cafes, lots and lots of different activities now we can capture through the events app, automatically calculate the social value as a result of that, and then present that information. The big piece with the social value that we'll be working on over the next sort of 12 months is how do we evidence more broadly that social value data. So using the app and the tool that we have available, it's not just about saying this is the 1.1 million that we've generated. We can start looking at, are we targeting the right areas? Are we hitting those areas of deprivation? Have we got the right demographic of people coming through for those events that we want to target to be able to tackle some of those specific issues that may happen in that particular area? So looking at it as a quadrant level for Essex and being able to go, the need in the north might be very, very different to the need in the south. Have we got the right events in the right place to be able to support our families? In the middle there, we've got just a little bit around the children and family. So the social value delivered through Rhyme Times across Essex last year. So a fantastic figure again. Health and well-being, where we'll be looking at measuring all of our memory cafes, men's gaming, mental health support, and events such as chair-based yoga and some of those physical interventions that we're putting into place for residents. We've got the last two there just around employment and education. And again, just on the education side, the value that we bring through some of those consistent things that we run across the library service. So the summer reading challenge and the number of volunteers that brings in, more people volunteers. And you can see there over 8,000 hours of volunteers across the summer reading challenge and the value that brings to them alongside the service. So the social value piece for libraries will really, really expand over the next 12 months. So we'll be able to hopefully get to the point where we can look at, through our income generation that we're working with Barclays and through the social value, almost present us as a cost-neutral service. Although not physical income with social value, being able to evidence the service in a completely different way. Hand you over to Jay.
Good morning. I'm going to take you through the project I led on over in the Morden district. Last November, the Morden group of libraries were awarded funding for events to support men in the local area through their mental health and wellbeing. The libraries were awarded £8,333 by the One Morden Partnership through the Thriving Places grant scheme to host workshops and events all aimed at men between 30 to 50. As you can see by these statistics, we can keep going. this age bracket is extremely vulnerable. To combat this, we held a number of events from a dad's hair braiding workshop. Can you hit the next again? As you see, I'm up there as well with my daughter. We've got a men's health MOT drop-in. We've got dad's story time. We've got a bi-weekly men's gaming cove, which is a video gaming night. And we've got a suicide prevention workshop for staff. And we have a fitness seminar with James Crossley, aka Hunter from the Gladiators. I'm sure we all remember him. And PMAC Fitness, who has 150,000 followers on Instagram alone. Next slide, please. So the Men's Gaming Cove is a safe space video gaming night for men to create new social groups and start open conversations, all while enjoying the latest in retro video games. The evening has gone from strength to strength with attendance. The Malden District CVS and CGI, which is the Community Gaming Initiative, has been hosting and supplying PS5s, Xboxes, Nintendos for the Malden's men's bi-weekly event. The Men's Gaming Cove has fostered strong relationships with local charities, including Mind Essex, Oddballs for Testicular Cancer, Both Parents Matter for Parents in Family Court, Male Domestic Abuse Charity Mankind, Men and Boys Coalition, and Outreach for Mental Health. We've recently introduced a men's gaming cove over in the library in Clacton, and we've introduced a gaming cove which is open to all sexes. And the last 2 weekends in March, we had a gaming afternoon for dads and male role models to bring their children to Malden Library and all to play together. We're planning a gaming cove for the Colchester Library when we reopen. And in February, we hosted the ECC Men's Network Fun Day at County Hall with over 20 ECC employees attending. The event was supported by Mark Ash, who is the sponsor for the Men's Network. Essex Libraries are currently buying our own catalogue of consoles and games, as we have found this is a great way to engage with men and teens who would not normally come to the library. Next slide, please. During one of our men's sessions, we had a gentleman seeking for mental health. Fortunately, we had the NHS mental health triage nurse on site attending one of the gaming coves. The member was able to be lightly triaged at the library, booked into an appointment with a counsellor and given advice to next steps. With an ever-growing strain on the NHS and a lack of uptake from men going to GP surgeries, having a drop-in sessions at libraries is valuable to the local communities as it is a non-threatening place and welcomes all. We already had a great relationship with public health, and we're doing great work with digitally upskilling Essex residents on how to use the NHS app, which we are proud to promote. We are doing in all 74 libraries across the whole county. This funding was a huge benefit to the residents of Malden District, but it also gave Essex residents a spotlight of the community work we offer for all our residents of Essex. So what's next for Essex Libraries? We just keep hitting. We've got a poetry open mic. We have an event with Sunday Times best-selling author Hussein Manuel. We've got more dad's braiding workshops. We've got an author slam, a chance for new authors to promote their stories to the public. Creative Arts East performing live theatre in libraries. Silent disco for dementia members and interactive story time for younger members, as well as a good old boogie in the library. Expanding and connecting with a new audience of families at Raven Tots Festival, an event you wouldn't typically associate libraries with, and our continued work with Essex Healthier Eating Habits, which is an event with 13 health partners and CVS organisations attending. And we're continuing to explore how we work with our partners and joint initiatives across health, culture, care and support, and the CVS and more. I'll hand you back over to Craig.
Cool, thank you. It's a difficult one to follow, this one, isn't it? How do you go from that to library communications and marketing? So the bit that we've come in and identified as part of the library plan that we do need to work on, and we have been working on over the last 12 months and will continue to work on for the remainder of the library plan and beyond, is enhancing how we communicate and market the library offer out to all of our residents. So you can see some of the information here around how we've enhanced our social media offer. So I won't go through verbatim for all of the different statistics there, but that 142% increase in Instagram followers, the targeted campaigns that we've been running. So really reaching out and trying to look at how do we make sure we're communicating this information out to our residents and sharing all of the different things that are happening across the library service. We also in 2023 launched our library website and app, so you can book on there and there's a seamless experience for some of the event booking, and then as we've said earlier, tying that event booking into some of the tracking via the events app for us to be able to measure and look at the impact those events are having. You can see the data is taking a beautiful trend upwards, and we're increasing our reach all of the time. Some of the way we'll expand on this going forward, and it touches just on here, is customer segmentation. So this was a piece of work where we looked at wanting to understand all of our current library users. Who are they? Are they active, inactive? How do we want to reach out to them and say, this is what we've got on offer, this is what's happening, how can we talk to you more? Going forward, some of those communications will expand. So things like with Colchester being closed at the moment, we held a public engagement session, so we could have anybody drop in and have a conversation and have a look at what's happening with Colchester Library. As a result of that, we got some brilliant suggestions to say what's happening for young people in the Colchester Library. We've got the smaller sort of age range for the ground floor. On that first floor, what can we put in for sort of like teenagers? So we reached out to all of the schools across Colchester with a survey to say, tell us what you'd like. Young people, come back to us and tell us what do you need in your local library, what would encourage you to come in. And we're now evaluating that information to be able to shape some of that offer going forward. We will be looking as we move forward with the communication and marketing plan around how we can further reach out to residents and ask them what they want for their local offer, so we can start to baseline the libraries and look at how we can improve them. Next slide, please. Hand you over to Charlie now.
Okay, lastly but not least, I'll talk you through the mobile library service. So we've been working really hard over the last 12 months to look at this service and hopefully grow the service, which I'll talk through now. So as you're all aware, the mobile library service so many communities, from rural areas to people who can't attend the static libraries due to their location or their disabilities, to also young primary school children to instil literacy skills and the pleasure for reading. So over the last 12 months, we've been working hard to look at how can we improve the reliability of the service, improve the amount of stops we're going to, our routes, as well as the stock that is on offer to our residents. So we've been promoting heavily through our local partners as well as parish councils to really promote our existing stops, and we've been removing stops and introducing new ones. So in the last 12 months, we've introduced at Colchester University, where we're getting a new customer segment. Most of our customers are either old or young, and this is targeting young adults and teenagers and people from international students as well. So we're going with foreign language stock as well there. A lot of people there are from Poland, and they've got some Ukrainian students there as well. So we're starting to tackle people that really need our support, and hopefully lead on to them actually coming to our physical libraries as well. We've introduced Dosecroft School, which is a specialist school for autism, and on average we're having 25 children attend every 3 weeks at that stop, and all those have autism, so we're taking early literacy reading that fits for their needs. We've introduced new care homes where they were missing out on quite rural locations, so such as places like Bocking, Lexden, where we're getting a mixture in Lexden, for example. It's right next to a primary school. So although we're going to a care home, we've scheduled it to be after 3:30, and we're getting a mixture of old people and a younger generation mixing together and talking about books, and it's a brilliant place to be when we visited. So on the right, all the hard work that the team have been doing and looking at those stops, you can see our active members are up 50%. So we've gone from around 800 active members just for our mobiles to nearly 1,200. And the big one, our issues and renewals of our stock on our mobiles have gone up 71%, going from around 2,000 to nearly 4,000 issues per month. So you can see there that it's really grown in the last 12 months. Next slide, please. So what's next? So here you can see the top right image is our existing vehicle. These leases are due to end in 2027. We do have problems with them. They are very old and they are too big for a lot of our locations. As you can see, they're 12 tonne, and it also means it's very hard for us to recruit drivers. So what we are looking to replace them with, which we've had approval for, which we're going through the procurement process, is with a 7 tonne vehicle and a 3.5 tonne van. And what this will mean is we'll be able to get to more events, more rural locations that we have to turn down because of the size of the vehicles we've got above. but also improve our reliability. We'll be able to provide driver cover much easier. Anyone can drive the smaller van if they've got a driving licence, so if we don't have a HGV driver, we can send someone else out and deliver that service. We'll also reduce our impact on the environment. As you can imagine, 12-tonne vehicles are very bad in the environment, as well as unreliable. So we'll be looking to do that as well. So hopefully, if we come back, the next 12 months you'll see even further growth. Hopefully it'll be 100%, and that'll be the target for the next 12 months. I'll hand back over to Juliet to finish off.
Thanks, Charlie. Next slide. Final slide. There's parts of the service that we haven't even discussed today. So, as you can see, thank you to all the team as well for presenting today. You're also passionate about the projects that you're delivering. So what's next? Obviously, we're still delivering the library plan that runs to 2026, but obviously I'm conscious that that time is running past quickly. So I've spoken to Councillor Durham. We're looking at going to refreshing our library plan and possibly extending it for a couple of years to take us up to possible devolution. During that time, we will make sure that we're looking at our property strategy again, making sure our libraries are fit for purpose, that they're in the right locations, and that we're co-located where we can. We're increasing our partnership working, looking at income opportunities again for the service, making sure our contracts are fit for purpose and the service is in a good place when we go through to devolution. And obviously continuing to ensure that our staff are trained and developed to be able to help us to deliver these services. And we will continue to raise the profile of libraries through our work with partners, advocating our services and our individual opportunities. We will focus on increasing our customer engagement, as we've mentioned, but we are also really keen to hear how we can work with you and other services to help to deliver them with the support of Essex Libraries. Hope we've given you a really good snapshot today of the service.
Thank you, Juliet. Okay. I sincerely hope you sort of got a feeling for the real passion that the team have got. And as I said earlier, the RT Bookworms is something we developed. It's not a product we bought in. Casey's done it herself, and when I saw it for the first time, the first thing I said is, you know, gosh, have we trademarked that? Have we protected it? Because there is real potential for us being able to offer that package elsewhere. And it's, you know, really proud of the team because, as I said, they developed it from scratch. And I think the other notable thing is that a few years ago there was a perception that libraries are just dusty shelves and people not being able to talk, etc., etc., and that's far from the case now. If you go into your libraries, I'm sure everybody's got a library card. I'm not going to embarrass everybody by asking them to prove it, but the libraries are great spaces for all ages, and you know, really the team are doing great guns, and it's something that I'm always very pleased and proud to bring to you to show you what you're doing. So, Chairman, thank you.
I think everyone's got questions.
Well, thank you for that demonstration. I mean, it just shows a significant breadth of service that you offer. It's more than just a sort of dusty room and people telling you to shut up, which is the perception that still persists in some places. So I think it's really interesting. I've got a couple of questions myself, but I'll leave others to come in. And I think Councillor McGarren was first on the list.
Yeah, thanks very much. As I've said before, Councillor Durham, big fan of the library service and delighted that our library service is so well used. Where we are today compared to where we were quite a few years ago when some of these libraries might have been shut is quite impressive, and it's a good job that the good Lord loves nothing more than a sinner who genuinely repents. So I'm glad we are where we are. A couple of questions though. I mean, again, a very impressive figure that there's 70,767 new members. I just wonder, obviously the new members, but going forward, is it possible to track how many of those become active library users? Because obviously it's great that they join, but what we want them to do is actually use the service on a regular basis. So just wonder if there's any figures for that, or if that could be looked at going forward. On the Arty Bookworms thing, again, Councillor Durham, I think it's a brilliant project, and the benefits we will see from that. It's potentially off the scale, but it does mention that part of that is working with ACL tutors. Now, obviously, earlier this week, the council announced some reorganisation in the ACL area. Will that impact on what they're doing in this project or not? Hopefully not. And again, don't want to seem pernickety, so because the stuff on the men's sessions is really good, but on page 39 there was a figure of this is a bugbear of mine, I'm sorry, 40% of domestic violence is towards men. I'd like to know where that figure came from, because we've had so many reports with different figures for the numbers of male victims of domestic abuse. I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not an expert. I don't believe it's 40%. I do not believe that. But that doesn't denigrate the work you're doing and the other statistics in there. I'm not questioning those. And finally, for me, Councillor Durham will be pleased. This will actually probably go to someone else because it's my last meeting of this committee. But in terms of what's happened with Shenfield footfall, that's brilliant. And hopefully, you know where I'm going with this, Mark. Hopefully with Pitsea, when the new diagnostic centres open, we'll see a similar thing there. Have we any information, statistics on the impact of the temporary closure of Pitsea Library in terms of usage of residents in those areas? So, I know it's probably difficult to get a definitive figure, but for instance, have we looked at the usage of Vange and Basildon libraries to see how much they're going up and how that tracks against, to give us an idea of how many people from Pitsea are still using the libraries, albeit different libraries or the mobile library service, whatever. Anyway, that's it from me. Would be pleased to know. And
just to say on that, we have increased the opening hours at Vange Library to compensate for Pitsea being closed, and we have seen a big increase actually. I can supply some figures for you at Vange and Pitsea's being closed. So we are noticing that people are moving over, which is good.
Well, that's good. Because obviously it was a concern,
On the subject of ACL, I don't believe it's going to impact. I met with curriculum leads yesterday and they're looking at us delivering from September onwards, so there was no mention. I know there's been some changes, but I believe that will still be okay from the meeting I had yesterday.
And regarding the 40% of male domestic abuse, I believe I got that was my personal figures, which I got from Mankind, which is the male domestic abuse charity. But again, figures year in, year out, the figures change. So at the time when I actually got that information, it was 40%. But I can go back and re-look at that information and get that over to you.
Thank you. Councillor McCrory.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm delighted to see the trends. Very pleased with the progress that's been made. Mention has been made of the situation we were facing just a few years ago, and it's just a great shame that it took a massive public protest, particularly led by Save Our Libraries Essex, to actually force a change of direction with what was being proposed at the time. I'm very pleased that that's borne fruit, and someone who does use the library, particularly my little one in Springfield, which is very active with various activities, not that I take part in. Knit and natter, well, the natter bit, but not the knit bit. So very pleased with the progress that's been made. At the time when those original proposals were being debated, I was one of those who was arguing that the space within libraries and indeed on the site footprint could be put to better use. So again, I'm delighted that you've got these various projects. As a committee, we are visiting Shenfield on Monday. I don't know if you were aware of that, but I think that's confirmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're very pleased to see what's gone on there. They had the advantage of temporary location in the ACL for the duration of the works. I guess that's not been possible with some of the others, because if you haven't got the accommodation nearby, then you just can't do it. But so I hope we don't see a drop off because of temporary closures. I'm interested to know where we've got commercial space, and indeed the income from those residential properties, in particular at Shenfield. We're interested to know who benefits from that income. Does that all get ploughed back into the library service?
So,
I've got one or two others.
I can answer that one just very quickly. Obviously, the accommodation at Shenfield is Essex Housing, so that goes back into the general ECC pot. It's not part of my portfolio.
Shame.
But yes, it would be quite nice, I must admit. But certainly the income that we get from the likes of Barclays and some of the other services goes straight back into the library service. And I'm very pleased to say that we're well ahead of our budget this financial year with our income.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Some years ago, we expanded with other local authorities the book. What the expression is, the sort of the library store. The available books.
consortium.
Yeah, is that still working well? And is there any
Yes.
prospect for? But also, we were given advice to other authorities on library services. Is that still going on?
Yeah,
Do we get an income from that?
we don't get an income from it because obviously it's shared benefits, if you like, across the consortium. Because our all customers in the consortium, which is now 23 authorities, have access to over 8 million items of stock. So, there's a great benefit there. And we're finding actually that our residents are actually calling in more. So Essex residents are really benefiting more than some of the other authorities within the consortium. But we share knowledge and experience. We've got fantastic stock managers across the consortium, and they get together to meet to manage the stock and the catalogue. And we are just about to, I can't believe we're actually going out to tender again. It's 7 years since we did the last one. And we are going out to tender again for a new supplier of our library management system. And that also supplies our platform, our online platform, where we've got all the other services on there, like our catalogue. And our booking facilities, and being able to promote our events and activities. So it is working really well. I would say that obviously Essex and Surrey are the two biggest authorities within the consortium, and I would say that they benefit from Essex's experiences, and we're able to really support, like we're supporting a lot with the procurement. But it is a two-way process. We also benefit as well from being in part of the consortium.
Just sorry, in relation to the other part of your question, Councillor McCrory, I sit on the LGA Culture, Tourism and Sport Board, and I gave an update on our library service and our commercial success. And other members from around the country nearly fell off their chairs and said, "This is amazing. How do you do it?" And I was actually asked to present a paper which we've done to the LGA board, just outlining the success that we've had. And I just, an aside, not all of our libraries are quite as accessible as all. We also look after the library at Chelmsford Prison,
Yes.
which I visited not too long ago. And that is a really important service to the inmates at Chelmsford. When you bear in mind that 700 inmates, the average reading age is 9, we're doing terrific work there, helping them, and even doing things like videoing the inmates reading a story, and that is streamed to their children, so their children can see Dad reading a story to them. So we are really doing fantastic work, and Francis there, and the small team at Chelmsford Prison Library are doing amazing things.
And finally, if I may, Chairman, you didn't mention anything about your budget for book purchase. I mean, what's the trend there?
So
Taking into account inflation.
So my book fund has stayed the same, in line with inflation. And obviously we're making sure that we're using that in the best way that we can. We're part of the consortium, and we're also part of the consortium for our e-books, and Charlie's responsible for that area, and we're going out this year again to procure new contracts to make sure obviously that we're getting best value for money.
Thank you very much.
And the other benefit you get being a library member, you get the borrow box, and you can download books, even magazines and things, to your mobile device, which, you know, I'm perpetually downloading the Top Gear magazine, but to
petrol head.
But no, it really is an extremely good service. Charlie, you...
Just to jump in about some figures I've just pulled off. So, Councillor McGovern, you mentioned about, Vange footfalls increased 172% in the last 12 months because of that closure of Pitsea, so you can see it there. And then Pretty Gate, with Colchester closed, the footfall there has increased by 90%. So that's just a couple of snippets just to show that people are using those other local libraries while they are closed.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Guglielmi.
Thank you, Chairman. Remarkable figures. Congratulations to you all, really. The amount of work that's been done and actions and activities that have taken place since last we had an update, it's absolutely staggering, really. The one, I'm glad Juliette mentioned, what's the future, because obviously with LGR looming, and I'm very keen to understand what are the investment plans for the service, because obviously for limited time, you alluded a little bit to it, but it didn't I don't know if there's anything else that you'd like to share, whether there is any other investment areas, such as in the moment you're working with Clacton and Harwich, which are partly funded by, it was some government funding that's gone into that, and of course that's excellent news because you've gone into what's going on there. So just wondering if there is any other large investments planned in the pipeline between now and 2027, 28. I've got other questions. Do you want to take that one first?
Well, none of us know what is going to be around the corner in relation to what is going to be with the combined authority to filter the unitaries. That's a question outside of our remit, but we are making sure that we're getting this continuing. It's business as usual. We're continuing to develop the libraries, while we're still in a position to do so. And we don't fund everything. I mean, to give you an example, the Imagination Centre at Colchester was funded by the Arts Council England. So we do get a lot of grants from outside to help us with the developments, and that was a very significant investment on top of the money that we put in. And indeed the library the new library at Pitsea, although it's going to be in an NHS building, we also have to pay for the fitting out and things like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. My next question is, Craig, you talked about what you're doing in tendering, which is absolutely incredible. What partners are you working with? Have you got other people in the voluntary service and tendering council and other people like that lined up with that?
Yeah, so we're working with multiple different partners in tendering. So when we looked at the activities that were being run, we reached out to the voluntary community sector around the services that they were bringing in. We worked with education around who was working well with some of the SEND. So I mentioned the SEND Macton story times. That was engaging with a lady that delivers through the voluntary and community sector SEND sessions across education. So we always try and reach out to as many partners as possible.
Right, yeah. Okay, and the other thing, I'm interested to understand more about how the tool, working out the social value, actually does. You know, obviously it's based on footfall and whatever activity. Is that? Excuse me, that?
Yeah, the events is a power app, so it's a Microsoft app that we could develop. What would previously happen is we'd hold an event in a library. So, for example, if we were holding a knit and natter, we'd hold the knit and natter, we would advertise it and say we've got these sessions running, and we'd do an old-fashioned system of just counting the number of people, and that's it. It stayed quite internal.
I guess that was, yeah.
Yep, we've had 10 events here, we've had 50 people attend, and that was where the data ended. With the app, what we've added is we can understand what time that session was running, who was attending. We can capture various different bits of information that enable us then to go, well, we had 50 people attend it here, but we had 1,000 people attend it across the entire service. So the frontline officers, when they're logging the information about an event, then track and add the number of people that have attended the event, and then we can get the feedback in different bits and tie that all together.
And how would I work with health and wellbeing and employment? Because you haven't got figures on your presentation.
So the events that are currently on there, so phase 1 of the events app launched in March. So
that's not timing, yeah.
And now we're moving into phase 2, so we'll increase the number of events that we can capture, and then we'll be able to report on that data too. Yeah.
Thank you. My last question, Chairman, to Councillor Durham. There were some antisocial behaviour incidents, and which is deplorable, really. And just wanted to understand whether it was localised, whether it's spread, whether it's been contained. What's the up-to-date position?
Well, unfortunately, it's not always localised. It tends to. We tend to get hotspots. We obviously had a hotspot in Colchester before the closure, which is really causing us an awful lot of problems, partly with the location, I think, of the Colchester Library. And in fact, part of the refurbishment is we've had advice from the police on the type of entrance, and that, regrettably, that's added £70,000 to the project cost to get a better door system. But we've had problems in Whittam, we've had problems in Braintree. We'll sporadically have problems. We are looking, well, we've had to employ security guards, and it's very sad to say that when you've got a uniformed security guard in any library, it's deplorable. But we are now looking at having a permanent, because they're obviously called in ad hoc from an agency. We're now looking at having to employ a permanent mighty security officer that we can move where we have problems. Regrettably, predominantly it's groups of young people. We've had problems. We had problems at Whittam Library with drug use and drug dealing upstairs in the toilet. We've had to close that. But it's, on the whole, young people getting rowdy, throwing things around, and in Colchester we even had chairs being thrown down from the first floor. Really, really difficult. We are working on it, working closely with partners, with the police, and it's a shame. It shouldn't happen in libraries, but let's face it, it happens everywhere. We're doing everything we can. Body cams are probably our last resort. The last thing we want to see are staff wearing body cams, but inevitably that may be the solution. We have worked with the schools where the schools have been identified without a great deal of success, I might say. But we're working on it. I don't know if any of the team want to comment.
I was just going to say, obviously, we're recording, making sure that we're recording every incident as well, so that we've got a clear picture of antisocial behaviour across the service. We're working very closely with the district councils when there is an incident in their area. As you say, we've contacted the schools to see what support that they can provide, and the local police. We did a cuppa with a to try and break down those barriers in the libraries, and just doing everything we can to support staff. We're providing staff with training on how to be resilient and how to deal with antisocial behaviour. Unfortunately, it's that's the side of a service that's open to the public. We want we pride our libraries on being safe spaces, and that's the feedback we get from our customers. So it's really important that we retain that in the way we can. And sometimes the presence of a security guard does
Deters,
that reassurance.
And I'm glad you mentioned staff, because that would have been my final remark, big shout out to them for having to put up with that kind of deplorable behaviour.
They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be at risk from it. It's awful, but they are trained in de-escalation technique. Yeah, so the staff safety and our customer safety is obviously our paramount.
Thank you, and big well done to everyone involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the panel for the presentation. A couple of questions I had is, you're never going to be able to rebuild all 74 libraries. So is there any plans that we could have to have some refurbishments done? I think I mentioned this to Councillor McKinley when she came several years ago. Some of the furniture in our libraries, some of the lighting is really tired and poor. So just having some of those upgraded would make a huge difference to those libraries which aren't going to get a full refit. And then just on events, great that we're having events in the library, but obviously lots of our libraries are on high streets where events take place externally. What are we doing to ensure that the library is part of those events, and part of the outreach work of those external events is to try and get people to come into the library?
I'll answer before the team come in. Yeah, we are refurbing libraries. I mean, even Wickham Bishop's library, which was one of our smallest and had the second lowest footfall when we did the survey pre-pandemic. That's had a really good refresh, kitchen and toilet and things like that, repaint. So we are, gradually, but as you appreciate, with 74 libraries, it's a big task.
We are part of ECC's capital maintenance programme as well for their buildings, so they are going around and replacing heat pumps and lighting, solar panels and things like that. So there is a lot of work happening across the estate, but obviously, as we've said, 74 libraries, it takes time, but there is a lot of work going on in the refurbishments and the buildings that we've mentioned today as well. Talking about engagement.
Jump in just on the building bit as well with the Section 106.
Yes.
So a part of the Section 106 process is where we work with developers. So if there's new housing being built in certain areas and broadening out that S106 offer. So we've recently just reviewed and implemented a new process for S106 to make sure we're linking in with that team in the right way, but also updating all of the information that's available for the developer to be able to broaden out that offer. So whereas previously we might say there's some works happening in Colchester, here's the closest library, and then that library can be considered as part of the money from the S106. We've broadened that out, so within a 5-mile range of where the development is happening, we can then look at some of the different things that are happening there, and that feeds into some of the development of the libraries, but not just one. It could look at 3 or 4 in that particular area.
And then your question about outreach, obviously we've got our team of community connectors that Casey manages at the moment. It's 4 community connectors, 1 in each quadrant, and that is their role. They're literally going out and talking to people.
So they're like the golden thread between the library service and the local community. So they're out and about, they go to various events. We do things in dementia, in a care homes with dementia, schools, settings like nurseries, like I said, country parks. They were at the country park, we were at Ascend Roadshow, an event on Friday. So they're out and about. So as Juliet said, because we've got 4, 1 in each quadrant, we're able to, they generally stay within their quadrant and know their quadrant. They know it like the back of their hands. They know all the different places that they need to be linked into. Working with all the partners, we work with lots of partners, making sure that we can keep being that kind of golden thread really between them and the residents and the library.
Also, the library managers as well. The library managers have all got really good connections with the local governments. So we're all involved with any kind of events from Pride to Christmas light switch on. We're doing Youth Fest again over in Malden. So all the library managers are very active within the community to making sure that their libraries are really getting a good spotlight.
And they work with the connectors, don't they? So connectors link in with each one of their team managers and area managers for their area to make sure that carries on being that thread all the way through.
Yeah. Exactly what Juliet touched on as well. There's lots of library managers and other people within libraries who've come from different sectors, so they're putting their skills that they've had in a different sector and bringing it into library. So it's a brand new, refreshing library service that we bring.
I did actually go with the connectors to Templars Estate, which is quite a difficult area in your division, and they got really good response from the people there. I sat with them for an afternoon. It was really quite enlightening.
Just recently done, just before over Christmas, we saw 1,000 children and 1,100 parents over just about 3.5 week block where we went and took the library bus out, decked out with decorations and a Christmas tree and various Father Christmases, including him and him. We got donations of books that we were able to wrap up. I had loads of volunteers in a cafe in Billericay sitting there week after week wrapping loads of books, so we were able to give them to the children. But that meant we could go out to areas that children wouldn't necessarily have seen. Father Christmas, so like Jaywick, we took the bus to Jaywick. We went to different parts of Basildon, linked in with our partners, with their family hubs. We knew where to target to make sure that the very children and families we should be seeing, like Craig said, we were able to get to. We worked with them and we continue to do that. We go out to Jaywick on a regular basis, park up in the family hub. These families wouldn't generally be coming into the library, but they are coming on the library bus and their children are getting a book. And we're talking to her. So, to get a little glimmer of maybe you might see 20 families you might never see again, but you might see 1 or 2 of them, and actually then it's made that bit of work worthwhile.
But again, for local district councils, please reach out to us. Tell us what events that you're planning, and then we can make sure that we actually got a really good presence there as well.
Thank you. I got away with it last Christmas.
These two didn't.
One before that.
I did a couple of Santa stints the prior Christmas, and it was so lovely because it's completely free, and we were, I think I did Mersey and Greenstead, for example, which was very, it's a very difficult area, and the response we got, particularly from the parents, saying, I can't believe this is free, and every single child got a wrapped present that was a quality book, brand new book. It was, really, I'm open to doing it again in the future if I need it. It was really nice to see, because a lot of people expected it, what do I have to pay? And we said, no, it's absolutely nothing. And I was very keen that it was a quality experience, albeit in the back of a library van, but it was really well done.
But also ECC employees, you can use it part of your volunteering day.
We did.
Yes, they did, yeah.
We did have some
So quite a few familiar gnome helpers.
Can I just say as well, we mentioned about the social value tool, the eVols tool, which is evaluating the value of libraries. That was actually designed by the Libraries Connected East group, of which I mentioned earlier, which I'm the chair. And we led as our 10 authorities to get that up and running, and that's now being used nationally by library services across the country to be able to measure their social value. So, yes, I'm really proud of that. And I just wanted to mention as well that we are also piloting a partnership with LinkedIn, who are going to be providing our online training resources for us. And they're actually going to be working with us, coming into libraries and running some of our events with us to help improve our digital offer. And that what we want to do is to be able to show that if public libraries can work with a high-profile name, and most people have heard of LinkedIn, what difference does that make to our customer engagement and to our profile? Because like you said right at the beginning, Councillor Goodin, we've got to get away from that image of libraries being stuffy places where you're told to shush.
Somebody that goes and sits there at a rhyme time or in the children's area will very quickly learn how not quiet it is. It's brilliant. It's really great. I encourage members to just do it and go and even just downstairs for an hour and sit in the children's library and just watch what the children are doing. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. Councillor Stemp.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Two things, really. Page 39, I'm going to revisit the statistics because I'd like to know, are they national-based statistics or are they Essex-based statistics? Because for a report for me like this, when we're talking about Essex libraries, it would be very beneficial, I think, to have the statistics based in the area, not the national ones, or put them both in, just for information. Hang on. Just hang on. If I don't speak, everybody knows I'll forget, so please don't interrupt me 1 second. And the other one, looking at your property strategy, I've made some notes, and forgive me if it's just rushed, but I represent a rural area, and it's very rural. And I've looked at the number of opening hours in the two libraries that we've got, and between them, they're only open for 37 hours a week, 3 days a week, some of them, or both of them. And we serve over at least 18,000 plus residents in my division alone. I don't know if the mobile library comes out, somebody will be able to give me that information later, most possibly. But what I'm really interested in, when you decide to do your refurbishments, because the list is fabulous, I'm not criticising, they're all bigger towns, bigger areas. So when you produce your data, what data are you using to decide where you're going to refurbish and what facilities are you going to put in to that refurbishment? Are you going into schools? Are you collecting depravity? Are you collecting special educational needs in certain areas? Because I was interested, you said about collecting a lot of data, and I'm very interested in how that matches to either your capital programme or your painting, repainting, doing it up, because in one of the areas that I represent in Burnham on Crouch, I spoke to Councillor McKinley because I know Section 106 money has started to be collected, and I have been actually pressing to say the site in Burnham is ideal for development. There's a green space of land next to it that's owned by Essex County Council. The library is very old. It's only open 3 days a week, one for 8.5 hours, one for 5 hours, and one for 8 hours. So to me, you're not going to get a lot of interaction or footfall because of the restricted hours. But if you could do, even not as big as Shenfield, because I'm under no illusion that rural areas never get the same level of investment because of obviously financial reasons. But if you could do something to try and make that more of a hub to include other groups that want to use it, it would be beneficial to a lot of residents because, especially where I am, I won't mention it, it's growing. It is growing, and we do need it. We have got a lot of people that are on free school meals. We've got a lot of, that isn't really readily spoken about. So that's a bit of a roundabout way, but I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. How do you justify that expenditure in certain areas and not others? Because I feel a lot of areas are not represented fairly or equally. Thank you, Chairman.
So if I can say that some of a lot of those projects that we've listed and talked about today, that we focused on today, are sort of externally funded or coming through from funding opportunities from other ECC like Essex Housing, would sort of led on the Shenfield project. We are part of the ECC's capital programme for maintenance for refurbishments of some of our other libraries. As part of the refresh of the I think we do need to look at our opening hours. Like you said, across there are some libraries that are not open a lot. Obviously, that would have an impact on my staffing budget, but it is something that we will be looking at. And as Craig mentioned, the S106 applications, they're coming. That we're starting to see some of the results of those applications that were made up to 10 years ago. So there are opportunities there to be able to refurbish, but absolutely take on board what you've said about looking at the other data as well to make those decisions.
Charlie wants just to jump in about the mobile stops around that area. We don't have any specific in Burnham and Crouch or Southminster, but the outskirts, the quieter places like Tillingham, Latchington, Althorn, we have quite a few stops in that sort of outstretch of land there that go every 3 weeks. So there is quite a big offer there in that location.
Through you, Chair, I'd be interested to see the update on that, uptake, not update, the uptake on
Send
that.
over some stats
If you
around
could
that.
deliver some stats, because I don't think it's very well publicised.
No, yeah.
I do see it occasionally on Facebook and other outlets that, you know, Burnham Crouch website, etc. But I don't think it's very well publicised. And through you again, Chair, if you don't mind, the mobile library is good, you're going, but then we're not addressing the loneliness, because you've got a lot of lonely people in rural areas because you've got no transport services, you've got no bus service, you've got no access to go to the main library or the main hub, which would do them the world of good, even if it's once a fortnight or once a week, going out, having the stitch and natter. There's another name for it, which I better not say. Knit and natter. But yeah, I think, don't get me wrong, it's not criticism, it's an observation, because I do think we need to represent everybody and not just the certain people in our area.
Just to add, you know, the mobile library service is so powerful for those sorts of people. So I'd welcome anyone to go out on that, because you meet so many people. We've got, the other day, we've got a brilliant bit of feedback, a compliment from a 99-year-old who still uses that service with her daughter. And she just was saying how amazing it was. And she might be one of our oldest library users, I'm not sure, but she still uses that service and gets on, chooses her books. We've got another lady who chooses 16 spoken words. She's got vision problems. 16 every 3 weeks. So we're there sorting out 16 spoken word CDs that get there every 3 weeks for her, and she takes them and then she brings them back. And it's like, I'd welcome any councillor to go out with our mobile library drivers just to experience the impact we're having on those sorts of people.
And I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll do the danger.
You can do that. We can do your area if you want to.
I'll go. And finally, Jay.
Statistics the statistics I've got were mainly about more national, but Morden, the project we really why I did it in Morden is because Morden's got a very high suicide rate for men. Got one of the highest suicide rates in the whole of the country. Not just Essex, the whole.
That's why I wanted the figures in here, because that's the proof then.
I'll get you the figures because I was speaking to Morden Council, because I'm part of one Morden partnership team as well. I've been personally affected. My best friend took his own life, so this is a passion project for me, to make sure that men actually have this safe space. I'm working with CVS as well, so CVS, they look after the men's shed. Essex Health Watch, they look after the Fellas Fair, which is more kind of about men in sport and stuff. And then I could see there's an opener, and that's why I've created the Men's Gaming Cove. So now all three of us are teaming up together. We're putting together a funding package so that we can just get this more across the whole county and to do more work. But there's definitely a big problem in Morden, mainly because of the farmers. But there is lots of organisations for farmers particularly. But I know there's a lot of new men coming to the area because we've got new builds, etc. They're lonely. They've just moved to a brand new area, started a new job. Maybe their partner is looking after the children, but then they're kind of rattling around. And that's really why I created this project. We're moving it forward to try and get the scope a lot bigger. What I envision is that we have the gaming cove across the whole county, and then we get different areas, all in Chelmsford Library, doing a big competition tournament, but then have all of the charity organisations there, because it's so hard to try and actually find the help. You go on the internet, you could find pages upon pages, and when men are in need, they don't want to go through pages. So I'm trying to give it a one-stop shop, it's all there. But I'll make sure I get the actual Essex figures for you. Burnham and Crouch as well. There is work being done at Burnham and Crouch. Myself and Juliet have been talking about that. So there are things going on in Burnham and Crouch, so we'll give you an update on that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Tom Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all that you're doing. From a point of view of education and secondary schools, certainly, many children do attend to study. Certainly, the public examinations have begun this week and will run for about 6 weeks. So we do hear that many children say they go to the library. Not all of them have dedicated workspaces at home. They might not all have their own laptops. There may be just one shared PC or none at all in their homes. If they've got siblings in the household, it can be difficult for them to find a space at home that is conducive to them preparing. So they are really, really important spaces and much appreciated. And you mentioned hard to reach cohorts, and I think you mentioned Polish. You got some texts in Polish. I appreciate it wouldn't ever be possible to have translations of every single language, but recently, in recent years, schools have taken in children from Ukraine and Afghanistan. I don't know if that would be something that the community connectors would be able to try to reach. But I've been inspired by all that you've said that you're doing. But particularly something that wouldn't have occurred to me is the prison library, and that just struck me as an essential piece of work for the whole efforts towards reform for the adults that are serving time, and also for their families when they are released from prison. That struck me as being, among all that you're doing, a really enlightening and I'm sure very powerful piece of work. Just from our point of view in education, thank you.
The other thing that we've done a pilot at the prison library, and you appreciate it's difficult working there because we don't call the shots. And traditionally, the inmates only get 20 minutes, I think, every 2 weeks in the library. It's really not very good, and they're in small groups. And as I said, they're doing lots of work there, and we've actually done a trial of a rhyme time at visitor sessions, where the outreach worker can go and sit with the inmate at visiting time with the rest of the family, with his children, in a group and do rhyme time, which obviously helps to reinforce the family bond that's obviously broken while the father is in prison. But, they are doing some great work. In fact, Frances was nominated for an award. I'm not sure if we've heard about that yet, but...
She was the runner-up.
Was she?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a national award for the work that she does. So, it's a really, it is, so important. As is at the other end of the scale, the arty bookworms, and, we do hear an awful lot about young children not being school ready in lots of aspects, but certainly in not having access to books and not having, you're not expecting everybody to read and write by the time they go to school. But by giving them access to books, encouraging parents to sit with their children and read to them, and work it in with the art as well. It's an inspired initiative, I think, and as I've said, Casey really needs to take plaudits for that. It's all areas, all aspects. Charlie,
just adding about the foreign language, so obviously we've got the library sanctuary status, which is all about welcoming new arrivals. So signing up, we don't need all the documentation because they might not have the documentation they need, so they can sign up for free without all the stuff they need, like proof of address. We've got 20 books in 21 different languages now, including Ukrainian, and we've been attending outreach events at Wethersfield Asylum Hotel, where we go and we have our community connectors there, as well as partners to talk to those people who we do have language barriers with, but we go with people who can speak to them, and we talk about what we can offer for them as well. So we're doing a lot in that space.
Thank you. Yeah, sounds fantastic. Thank you.
And just to pick up on your point about the students coming into libraries, a lot of our libraries got extra tables and chairs to accommodate for those students that are coming in and studying. And we've got our new workery at Loughton, which we're allocating specific time for students to be able to come up and use that space in silence, proper quiet study spaces. It's something that, traditionally libraries always get really busy at this time of year and around January time when they're studying for their mocks as well. So I would appreciate it's really important. I'm sure we're accommodating, thinking about that in our new Colchester library as well.
Library, and we did an outreach piece to all of the schools in Colchester, asking young people what they'd like in Colchester when it reopens, and that was as a result of the public engagement session. So we've got some brilliant bits there with things like we'll have pods where you can have group pods where it almost shuts the noise out around you, and then more power data, bits like that for them to be able to plug in with their own devices. 24 PCs I think we've got on Colchester first floor for public access. So making sure, as you say, if you haven't got your own device, you can come in and use one.
A lot of young people won't have all of the access, as you said. I used to teach teenagers that were doing their GCSEs, and we often used to find that the children and the young people that weren't actually succeeding were because they didn't have the right things in place to be able to do that. So the library I was walking into Billericay Library. I live near Billericay Library. I was walking in the other day. There was a group of youngsters, probably about 15, 16, and a couple of boys and a girl walking in, and I heard them saying, one of them said, "Why are we going in here?" He said, "Because it's really nice in here and it's really quiet and we can get on with our work." But, I walked straight in and said to the staff, "I've just heard this really lovely comment from a couple of teenagers."
But obviously, every library's got free computers access. Or they can come in and use our computers. Wi-Fi printing, so a lot of them, if they haven't got printers at home, a lot of people haven't come in and use the printers in the library. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I've got 3 questions, but just an observation. First of all, until I saw this presentation, I wasn't fully aware of the range of services which are being offered, and I think that is certainly something that we can be proud of. And I've always seen libraries as something which can leverage better actions from individuals concerned. And I liken it to when I was in my younger years, which is too long ago, I'm afraid. I could not afford to buy books. My parents could not afford to buy books. But if I wanted to read a book by a guy called Dick Walker, who Councillor Durham may recognise, we used to go to the library, order it, read it, take it back. But the knock-on effect from that wasn't that I just read Stillwater Anglia, which happened to be the main book. It was that while we were there, we would pick up other books, and that is one of the things that generated my wish to read, and I've read all my life. So certainly I think it's how we get those, if you like, unseen benefits to the library user. The questions that I had, first of all, was over the events, and clearly the events have been successful, but particularly with children and young people, it would appear to be. Is there anything that we can do to attract older generations to those events? And there was a mention made of care homes earlier. My father spent the last year or so of his life in a care home. It was in Southend, so not under our service. But as far as I'm aware, he was never offered a book to read. We would take things in, obviously, but so how do we engage with people in that sort of situation? It needn't necessarily be a care home, it could be another institution. The second question relates to the use of property, and I live in Wickford. We moved the library into what was a former HSBC bank. A lot of our high streets now have got vacant properties, and banks in particular. Are there opportunities we should be exploring there over and above our existing premises? And how are we reviewing those existing premises? I'm sure it wasn't just the manager of Shenfield Library said, let's build a block of flats with a new library in it. Somebody must have thought that was a good idea, which it was. So how are we making sure that the review of our properties is conducted in a professional way and in a way that will generate the maximum benefit, whether that's financial income or service availability? The final question was around online lending. I'm signed up to the Borrow Box, I think it's called, and I've got my card in my wallet if Councillor Durham wishes to see it. I did check. And I signed up to it. I've read a few books on it. I linked it to my iPad. I don't find the iPad a comfortable medium to read on. I do have a Kindle, and I read almost exclusively on the Kindle. So what can we do? Is there anything we can do to work with Amazon, I presume it's Amazon, to facilitate those books being available on the Kindle, which is a format that some of us prefer to use?
Okay, where should we start? I'll start with your last one first, actually, because I think that's a licensing problem with the use of the Kindles, about being able to access those books. But it is something that I think nationally the library service is sort of, pushing forward to be able to get access to more e-books through a Kindle. The property question you've got, there is an ECC property strategy that obviously we fit into, but as I've said before, a lot of our opportunities come up from funding, from other funding opportunities that are coming through from district councils, for example, or our S106 applications. We are always looking as a service about, the use of our buildings. Are they in the right place? Is there an opportunity to co-locate and work with other partners to either move them into our existing buildings or for us to move to perhaps a shared location somewhere else that would be more beneficial? But that we tend to fit into the ECC's property strategy for their plans. And the activities we do for working with older people, we have got dementia cafes in some of our libraries now. They've proved to be really popular with working with older people. We haven't mentioned it today, but we do also have a home library service, which goes out to people that are housebound, who aren't able to come into a library. That is delivered by volunteers. Who go out in couples, groups of two, generally going to visit people in their own homes and helping them to take a selection of books to them. But a lot of our activities, like we've said before, the knit and natter, we've got lots of reading groups across the service as well, where we get people of all ages coming in to sort of meet others and to discuss books. But any opportunities to work with adults of all ages is welcome, so if anybody's got any ideas for that, please let us know.
Plans around the memory box idea. So we have memory boxes in the library which we take out if we go to an event. I did a big one a few months ago in Whittle where it was lots of people that work with the elderly came along. It was about 50 professionals in a room actually, and the box needs to be updated, basically. So we looked at it, myself and a connector already thought, actually, how can we look at this? This needs to be changed. You'd have to be very old to relate to it, really. And that was mentioned. I think an older resident said, oh, that doesn't make any sense to me, kind of thing. So we started thinking about it. So we were then looking at whether we could go out to get funding to support maybe doing personalised memory boxes. So this could be over like a period of, say, 6 or 8 weeks in designated libraries or out in the community. People get a hall where we bring a carer and person with dementia together to build something together. Because a lot of the courses I've been on about the elderly have said about people almost coming away and the family pulling away from the person they're caring for, not because they want to, but because life is quite hard. So to do something where you brought them back together and looking at photographs together and records that they might remember and things like that, sort of bringing them together. So there's a few plans around that. And again, we could then be looking at kind of books that we could put in our boxes, that kind of thing.
It's multi-generational activities.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, Harwich, for example, the Memory Cafe there is run at the same time as Rhyme Time. So you can have the Memory Cafe, we're working with community transport to be able to get some of the older adults there, and then they can interact with the parents as well and the young children if they want to at the end, and the parents are comfortable with that. Over Christmas, again, there was activities where you could see people from the Memory Cafe singing at West Clacton with some SEND children, and we had Rhyme Time there, so you had at least 3 generations of people all together. I was just looking at the data for the adult events throughout March. So we had just under 4,200 older adults attend 455 events across the authority. So there's bits there, but it is definitely got a lot more activities for children. But through the events app, we'll be able to start looking at different bits to say, have we got the right balance with the number of events that we're holding?
And the connectors do go out to, they probably divide their time between adult work and older work and children work. So there's a balance really. We've got seated exercise in 7 of our libraries. We're intending to get it in about 14, which we've got from funding from Active Essex. The lady that's running it in Harwich sent a message to us, didn't she, to say that around about half of the people that are coming have Alzheimer's. They've identified, they've spoken to her about their issues and problems. They're coming with a carer. So again, that's kind of like joining that thing together. That's been working really well.
And today we've actually just launched Shenfield and Billericay as well.
It's doing it. It's now. Yeah, it's just now.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Well, I just got one very brief question, and actually the last one was almost the perfect segue into it. And I'm asking this really because if I go home tonight and I don't answer the question, I should be in serious trouble. It's based on the fact that my wife belongs to a couple of book groups, and I know that you give quite a bit of support around that. But sometimes, you've got 6 or 8 people in a book group and they ask for a fairly obscure book and you've got to get 6 or 8 copies together. There's quite a cost involved in that. And obviously sometimes it's the availability of that number. In a few occasions, because of that, some of them go out and buy their own book and then read it, talk about it and don't know what to do with it afterwards. Do you take those books back? If they borrowed 3 and they want to return 6 copies, are you happy to receive those? Because I think, otherwise they just sit collecting dust somewhere. And nothing salacious, I hasten to add.
We have to balance up, I suppose, the cost of that. We've been able to, paying for staff to put them back on the catalogue. We have to then bind them. We have to, process them really so that they would be ready to go. But hopefully that doesn't happen that often because we're part of the consortium, so we've got all of that stock that we can bring in. So, at the moment we don't really sort of take donations as such for stock that's been used like that because of the cost of actually being able to put it back into our catalogue.
Yeah, well, it was just a question because we've got several books that will never be read lying.
That could be something. That could be something that the connectors could pick up with because if they're out and about, they do often donate things to people. So that could be something where it could possibly be used.
Yeah, just one last question for Craig. You talked about the events app. I've tried to look on it and I've gone on the Essex Library one, and it doesn't feature on there.
It's an internal app.
So it's an internal app.
Staff. Different events.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not public.
The little girl in Epping, they will be delighted to get. How do you get access to it?
To the events app, I can provide you with access if you wanted to have a look at it.
Right.
It is for internal login only.
Right.
To be a public place.
Okay.
Just to let everybody know, I intended observing the 2 minutes silence for VE Day, which we're 2 minutes away from, and a half away from, I think. So.
It's probably a good way of stopping us from talking. Go around and
No intention to do that. It is a shh on this occasion, isn't it? So I think we'll observe that when that comes. Mark.
Yeah, I was just say we've got here action required. How can the library service support the outcomes for PAF? From what I've heard, I would just say, keep going.
Absolutely,
Covering everything.
Because it almost crosses everything we do.
It does.
And I think that is a bit of a revelation that we've seen this morning.
I'm really glad you're going to Shenfield actually because you'll see it's such a great space, but it's also an adaptable space. All of the racks you'll see are on wheels and it's a great open space. So it can actually be opened up for a variety of uses, and that's the way forward when you can purposely design. The same will go for Pitsea, the same will go for some of the other brand new libraries.
Absolutely. Well, I should say, as chair of Essex Housing, that has been something that I've been quite proud of, and it's commercially worked very well.
Yeah, as well. Scared me to death going on the roof though when it was climbing up the scaffolding.
I think that's the 12 o'clock. So I
think they're going to sound the alarm, aren't they?
Alarms. We just had the notice, so if we could start from now. you to everybody. I think after that, I think it's been a really interesting presentation this morning. So I'd like to say thank you to all of you for the information you provided. I think there's a number of things that we might or the committee may be asking for some extra information on in future items that are not necessarily related to the library service. We've got a package coming up in June time about men's mental health. I think some input from you to that would be very helpful in terms of assisting the conversation around that as well. And I'd be interested, and I think Tom's comment about the prison service. Be interested to see how what sort of results come from that, whether people who genuinely engage in that within the prison service are less likely to reoffend, whether it actually has a positive impact. So, that all helps with the other items that we look at as well. But I think the cross-cutting issue that you've mentioned really says it all for us. So thank you very much to all of you.
I think on the subject, going back to the prison library, I mean, walking around with Francis and bumping into inmates as we did, they have such a high regard for her and the staff. And in fact, one guy said to me that he'd lost a close family member a number of weeks before, and she really went out of her way she actually wrote to him and spoke to him. So I think it really is a very, very important thing. Whether it has any impact on them, I'd like to think it does, but who knows? But certainly helping them. And again, in the library, there are many, many books in different languages, different faiths as well, and to deal with the various inmates that are there. But it's as I said, it was really noticeable the high regard that the library staff were held in by the inmates. And 80% of the inmates use the library because they don't have to, but 80% do.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is everyone, sorry, are you ready? Bruno, thank you. Thank you to everybody for coming this afternoon, and apologies that we're running a bit late, and I blame Councillor Durham for that. He ran on and on. But
you know me by now, Chairman.
Just to let you know, I've had a meeting dumped in my diary for 1:30. I might have to slip it. I'll hand over to Councillor Guglielmi but I'll be back probably before you finished. Just to let you know that in advance. But welcome and thank you to everybody for coming this afternoon. And well, over to you to tell us all about what you've been doing.
Well, I'll do the intro if that's all right, Chairman. So, just sorry, Julie.
That's fine.
Again, thank you for inviting us back. We've been here before, not that long ago, and we're going to address some of the points that were raised last time. Julie, most of you will know, if all of you will know, but there are some other parts of the service, and Julie will do the introductions in a minute. So you're not just got to listen to me, which is good news for Julie.
Which is even better news.
I didn't want to say that, Julie, but so you're going to hear from the young people and some of her team on how we are shaping the service, and they're going to give you an overview of the youth work programme, an update on the Young Essex Assembly. I attended the Beyond the Ballot event, which was fascinating. There are copies of it over there with Jasmine. Please look at it because it breaks down the concerns of our young people. We have the best response rate from any youth service in the country, and it splits it down by district, so you can see what the major concerns are by the young people actually in your district. Now, you've also got a present. We come bearing gifts. You've got a little key ring that has a QR code on it. This was provided by the Violence and Vulnerability Unit, and we're going to get another one at full council because everybody's going to get one. And if you scan that, it shows you all of the youth activities that are going on in your area. It's interactive map. So there you go. And so you don't get anything for nothing. There's your key ring. So stick that on your keys, and if somebody else says there's nothing happening for youths or young people in your area, you can say, scan that. So, Julie, over to you.
Thank you, Mark. And good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting us back. You know that the youth service have many functions that operate within it, and today I'm just going to provide some of the key highlights around a specific theme, which is youth voice and how young people are shaping the work that we deliver for them across our county. And rather than me tell everything that young people do, we have invited some young people to join us so they can tell their own story. So we have Eleni, who is here with Paul, and they have been working on our digital development. So they're going to take you through that element. And then we have the lovely Michaela and Helen, who are going to talk about our youth work in hospital project. And I'm going to weave in all of the other stuff that we're doing around those highlights. And I will stay within the time frame, Chairman, that you gave me in our briefing. And then I have saved some time at the end to talk about some of our challenges. And then there's a period of time for questions, comments, and anything else. And I would ask any questions if we could relate to the youth work in hospitals first, because Michaela will need to leave to go to her job and we don't want to hold her up. So if we have any questions, if they could go to Michaela first so she can slip out the door in due course. So I'm going to start with our Young Essex Assembly. For those who may not know, they have been a cornerstone of youth voice in Essex for 22 years. The elected youth council represents the diverse voices of young people right across our county. And to appreciate where they are now, I'm just going to take you back a little bit in time to autumn 2023, when the YEA led a takeover day at the council chambers. Their aim was to review the youth work strategy, and they invited young people from other youth provisions to ensure they had a voice in that event. So some of the key findings from that day, some of the things we've been working on and developing. So the young people told us they valued their youth workers, their targeted advisors, employability staff and young carer staff, and they felt safe going on expeditions and residentials with my team. They said their youth workers were adults that they could trust and be open with, and they didn't feel judged by them, and they made them think for themselves. But they wanted us to review our young carers, our young volunteers offer. They wanted us to further develop their skills and sense of community. And in response, we have now developed our training offer to young people, and we've introduced the Young Volunteer Passport. I do have some paper copies there for you to have a look at so you can see what the young people get. But this clocks all of their training hours, all of their achievements, and it records all of the hours that they complete whilst they're volunteering in their local clubs or working directly with myself and my team. So you should be clocking up quite a few hours. You've been with me since 10 o'clock this morning today. And during the pilot last year, we had 1,500 hours logged and 49 certificates issued, and they are from, you'll see they're from bronze to platinum, and we already have 3 young people who've been awarded the platinum level of volunteering on their passport. The young people also told us there were great opportunities across our county, but transport was a key issue, and especially in the evenings and more rural communities, and they wanted to be able to see what was available to them locally. So we've been working with ECFIS, and the QR coded map exists. It has all my team's provision, the whole youth network's provision is on there, and the Violence and Vulnerability Unit have commissioned a small number of hours a month for some people to make sure that the map is still correct, that provisions are removed and added as it changes. They go into schools and raise awareness, and we have the key rings and little wallet-sized cards that have been distributed across schools in Essex. Young people also wanted our targeted support to be more focused on preparation for post-16. They wanted more emotional well-being focused work, and they wanted better social media promotion of our offer. So we've been developing an early help cafe. I think our health colleagues want us to call it a crisis cafe, but I really don't like that term. Young people are now coming up with a suitable name. We're going to pilot that in South, and during that delivery, the young people will have access to youth workers and a healthcare professional to support them with those low-level emotional well-being issues so they don't escalate, and that is the purpose of that piece of work that is it's about to start. I think it's due to start at the end of this month. We've really developed our career information, advice and guidance offer, and last year we delivered 141 days of career advice in schools and supported 1,207 young people. I spoke to one of the lead officers who's leading on that yesterday, and he's had another 5 schools contact him. So the demand is outgrowing our resource at the moment, and we're always playing catch up. So we'll only accept a contract if we can actually deliver on it. So we're getting there, but the demand is there. Schools are wanting that service from us. We have a Future Ready programme which supports 10 to 13 year 10 to 13 students on their emotional well-being and their future employment aspirations. And again, we're smashing the targets that were set us: 220 sessions, 362 young people, well above what we were commissioned to deliver. And our flagship Goodman and Sister in Strength programmes, which are focused on healthy relationships and reducing domestic violence. That was at risk of stopping this year because the Police and Crime Commissioner were not sure where their funding would be, but that was in the nick of time. We were given the news that that would continue for another couple of years. So we're delighted. That programme is in high demand and it has really great results for young people. Young people also said they wanted more opportunities to work with me and my team directly. They wanted more in-person events, large-scale events, conferences, as well as the online consultations and surveys that they're very familiar with because everyone wants to consult with young people these days. You'll hear more about that throughout the presentation. And they wanted us to modernise how we engage with them in digital spaces. They told me, you need to know what Discord is, Julie, because that's where we are and that's where you need your staff to be. So I still don't really get Discord, but thankfully Paul does, and he's leading on that, so you'll hear more about that. Now, this event, this takeover event, was then very quickly followed up with the Make Your Mark. We know the Make Your Mark was a gigantic success in Essex. We had more young people in Essex voted for their priorities than the whole of North East of England put together. We really drove that well with our schools supporting us. And I won't talk about that because you've got the report, you've got the information, I've already shared that. But we do know that the top four priorities for young people got the lion's share of the votes, and that is health and wellbeing, jobs, economy and benefits, crime and safety, culture, media and sport. So reflecting on these results and the findings from the takeover day, the Young Essex Assembly wanted to do something large scale with their peers. They felt it was essential to delve a little bit deeper into beyond those high level issues and better understand the causes of concern for young people. And the Beyond the Ballot became the focus of their youth conference. Again, you've got copies of that, you've got electronic copies of that as well. And actually, Councillor Durham was right. It was an amazing event. It was incredibly powerful to hear young people openly talk about their lived experiences, their fears, their concerns, but also their hopes and their ambitions for the future. And they were sharing their ideas on what the future could look like. They did not hold back. They told us what they meant in no uncertain terms. And the Beyond the Ballot captures some of those key findings. And then in February this year, young people and their parents and carers were invited to the council chambers for the Young Essex Assembly declaration event. For some, this was a continuation of work they've been doing for a long time as they were re-elected. For others, it was the start of a journey. They put themselves up for election because they'd heard about it at the conference or other events like it. And that was the beginning of their journey representing their peers. Now, when I last visited this committee, a suggestion was made that councillors be invited to the Young Essex Assembly full sit-ins on a rota. I can report back to you that the young people have rejected that request, but they have come up with an alternative. So they felt just having people they didn't know rock up and observing them would be disruptive. We have a lot of very young members and a lot of new members, and they felt it was a little bit intrusive. So what they've done, they have moved their sit-ins into the holiday periods. They're all booked in at the council chamber, so they're here in situ, and they have requested that they put an open invite out during their lunch break, so anyone can turn up, have an informal conversation with the young people, and it's during their break time, so that feels less intrusive in the work that they're planning to do together. So they've also requested that they seek specific support from certain councillors depending on the type of work they're doing. And I think the first one, they wanted to know more about the history of the council, democratic processes, and I believe, Chairman, you talked yourself into that one already.
I think I volunteered.
I think you did, yes. And then I think in future they are going to contact Councillor Durham and Alison with any future requests, and then the right councillors can be linked together to the young people invited to do a piece of work together. So I'm now just going to give you a little bit of a hint of what's been going on for our young people engaging on that national stage. In January of this year, DCMS started a whole programme of engagement with the youth sector to shape the government's plans for a new 10-year youth strategy. They asked us, I'm chair of the Regional Youth Work Unit for East and East Midlands region, and they asked us to identify cohorts of young people who would not engage in online consultation and were furthest away from having their voices heard. So in Essex, we engaged young people who take part in our enhanced education programme, which has helped them to get re-established in their education and ambitions for their futures. They took part in focus groups and they shared their views on what's working well in their lives and what their today's struggles are. They shared all of their ideas on how the government should work with young people in the future to bring positive changes for generations to come. And one of those key areas that were identified was to review the lack of or too expensive transport, which reduces their accessibility, their social mobility, and ability to attend provisions that they really enjoy. And that was echoed by young people right across the country. These early focus groups helped DCMS to then shape the wider national consultation, and they have commissioned a consortium of national agencies that are delivering Deliver You, which is presented like a pizza, and young people pick the menu and tell government what they want. So we've been encouraging all our groups and young people to have their voice through that forum as well. And as the chair of the regional unit, I have been working with the LGA, DCMS, and we have been shaping the local youth transformation pilot. And the aim of that is to support local authorities to grow back their capacity to deliver and sustain youth work. I think they came to me because we got a great youth work because Essex County Council values that and has helped us retain that, where others have no youth service to speak of. So the agenda is to rebuild services across the country. That is now in the commissioning stage for a pilot. I met with the Home Office in February and I invited Rachel Brett from ECVIS because I wanted them to see that there was more going on for young people in Essex than the youth service provide, that we were an active partnership working across a whole system of organisations. We discussed the Safer Streets and the Young Future Hub agendas, and they were particularly interested in the QR codes and how amazing would it be if they commissioned something like that to happen nationally, no matter where you were. If you were fleeing domestic violence and ending up in a community you were unfamiliar with, you'd be able to look on a QR code and see what your local provision was. I mean, we are aspirational, aren't we? And the Young Essex Assembly has opened up lots of opportunities for our young people to have their voices heard beyond Essex. The UK Youth Parliament, we have 7 seats in that forum. They focus on the national priorities and give young people the chance to speak in the House of Commons at their annual event. The Youth Select Committee is an initiative that is currently led by the National Youth Agency and supported by the House of Commons. It's jointly funded by Parliament and DCMS. There are just 12 young people from the country on that committee, and the last 3 votes we've had a Young Essex Assembly member voted onto that committee, and I think that's a real achievement when so many young people want to be on that group, and they get the opportunity to scrutinise and hold inquiries on matters that impact on them and their peers. And last month, their latest report was published, which focuses on the links between youth violence and social media. And I can share that document with you all. It's worth a read. It's really interesting, some of the findings from that. We have a young person on the Child International Board playing an essential role in helping shaping the organisation's work to promote online safety. Bite Back, developing campaigns that address the root causes of unhealthy living. We have a young person who is now a youth advisor and collaborator on the National Youth Strategy Group, working directly for I Will. I believe it's a peered role, and they are delivering the Deliver You, and also a range of hackathons across the UK. And as co-lead of the region, I wrote a proposal to DCMS for some additional funding to set up a regional youth voice forum. We've got the national, we've got the local, there's nothing in between, and we did secure some funding. All of the units across England have secured some funding so we can set up those regional voices for young people to come together and then feed up to the national and then back to the local, and it gives more opportunities for young people to have their voices heard. I'm going to give you a break from my voice, see you all smile at that. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to hand over to Helen and Michaela, who's going to talk you through our youth work in hospitals.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping that you'll be able to see our slides. Next one, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is our flyer that we share with other professionals and with young people and their parents as an introduction to the work that we do with young people. And this is really what we do on 2 pages here. So this explains the support that is available to young people. Essentially, young people can come to us if they have already identified that they would like to feel more confident in various aspects of their life, just to manage life stresses. If they've identified that they want to be able to find community groups and activities and other young people, but they don't know how to go about doing that. If they want to work out options for the future. If they're not currently having a very positive experience at school or college and they would like for that to improve, but they don't know how. If they'd like to meet other young people that have similar experiences to them, but again, they're not quite sure how to go about doing that. Or if they just want to develop more resilience, confidence and self-worth. Often young people don't say to us, I'd like you to help me to develop more resilience and confidence, please. Often it's an adult, somebody in their family or a professional that's identified that that might be something that they would like some help with. It's very difficult for young people to say, I would like to be a better person, please, or I'd like to, be more confident, but often that's what they would like help with. So we support young people 11 to 19 and also up to 25 with special educational needs. And we do have a number of young people that are in their early 20s who are still working with us. So often we will have an introduction to a young person through a referral, and the very first thing that we would do would be to send them this information so that they know what we do. Sometimes we meet them ourselves because they come into A&E and we meet them at that point and we would explain to them what we do. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So I know this is very number heavy, but this was just to give me a guide, really, to give you the highlights of the work that we do. So since the project began in the summer of 2019, we have either met with or had referred to the project over 1,000 young people. And then you can see that over the years that the numbers have been gradually increasing. And I think that kind of fairly rapid increase in the number of referrals that we've had, sort of 23, 24, just over 200, and then last year 314 young people. I think that reflects 2 things. One, the fact that the project is really very well established now. And so health professionals and other professionals know who we are, so we're getting more referrals because of that. But also our remit has been broadened because we had a different funding stream to actually expand our remit so that we're also supporting young people with long-term conditions and not just those who come into A&E. So we've got a broader group of young people that we're supporting. So last year we worked with 376 young people. 60 of those were actually carried over from the previous year, and I think that highlights the key difference in the support that we can provide and some other services, CAMS for example, who can only offer time-limited support. So obviously our open-ended support is dependent on continued funding, but actually that makes us very different to some other services. And we do find that young people actually come back to us 3-6 months after the last time that we worked with them because something else has cropped up and they would like help. And that open-ended nature of the support we give, I think, really sets us apart from many other services who are constrained by having sort of time limits. A lot of the young people that we work with, we just signpost. They would just like some immediate support right now for knowing how to access other services. But we do have a significant number of young people who really do want to work with us one-to-one support. And the vast majority of those are young people with special educational needs. That's the kind of cohort that we're working with. And typically that's ASD and ADHD, but actually we have a whole range of different special educational needs and disabilities that young people are presenting with. The vast majority of young people that we work with have experienced for them what is a mental health crisis, and very often, most often what we're finding, it's because life is really challenging for them. So it's contextual, situational factors which they are finding is having a negative impact on their mental health, and often they're not ready to engage with therapy. Actually, therapy isn't what that young person needs. They need support with managing life's stresses and building confidence to be able to manage those stresses. And that's most of the work that we're doing. At this moment in time, we have 5 members of the team, and we are based in Basildon Hospital in the A&E department, in the paediatric A&E department there, although we do also take referrals from adults. In the National Health, once you're 16, you're considered to be an adult, so we are also taking referrals from the adult A&E. And we've also moved over into Southend A&E, and we're in the process of establishing ourselves there. It's a remarkably different environment, Southend Hospital to Basildon Hospital, and that's been one of the challenges for us, is working out what's worked really well in one site is different in another. And it's down to a number of things: the physical building, the number of part-time versus full-time staff, the logistics of where things are positioned. So it's been a really good learning curve for us to sort of tackle those challenges as well. Fundamentally, we're working with really like-minded professionals who want to support young people, and that's been the kind of oils that have kind of really made it a slick kind of service that we're offering. So that's been really positive. We've had 10 new referrals since April the 1st this year, and we're noticing that sort of the referrals are changing a little bit. So as other professionals are becoming more familiar with us, we get quite a lot of referrals from CAMS now, and they recognise that we can complement the work that they're doing. So it's evolving all the time. We have also moved to Broomfield Hospital. We've just started supporting the diabetes clinic there, but we don't have enough staff to be able to really work in A&E yet, despite the fact that they're really kind of pushing us to take referrals from that. But we hope that we'll secure additional funding to be able to do that. If you could move to the next slide, please. So these are just some examples of how we're actually delivering our support. So a lot of the work that we do is casework and one-to-one support. Very often I sort of think of this as being kind of really traditional youth work, in as much as we are finding opportunities to be able to offer young people that informal educational curriculum, opportunities for them to talk to us, to use us as sounding boards. So we do all sorts of things. We do wellbeing walks, which are really popular with young people. They really like to get outside and just go for a walk and talk. Developing life skills, cooking. We're able to use the youth centres to be able to cook with young people. We're able to support with learning and building confidence in being able to catch a bus and use public transport. Those are really great side-by-side activities, and it's much easier for young people to talk when you're not sitting across the table from them, but doing something side-by-side. Cards is brilliant for that. Young people love cards and are super competitive in my experience. And sometimes I just like to go for coffee and cake. So I'm actually meeting a young person this afternoon. We have an arrangement where we meet kind of 3 weekly. She writes down things during those 3 weeks that she wants to get off her chest, and we meet in Starbucks and have coffee and cake, and we talk through those kind of problems. And that's quite common. We also offer practical support in those one-to-ones. So we might accompany young people to clinics where they're making the transition from the paediatric service to adult service, and they feel nervous about that, for example. Or we might go to job centre meetings with them, or help them to fill in application forms, or do interview practice if they've got an interview coming up, and all sorts of other things beside that as well. We do a lot of advocacy work. So typically, we are very often we will go into school or college and we will support that young person to have their voice heard. I used to work in education, so this is in no way disrespectful to education colleagues, but very often young people feel that they're being talked about and not to. And even though they might have what adults think is an opportunity to speak, so they'll be asked, what do you want? They find that setting intimidating and can't find their voice. So we're quite happy to have a meeting ahead of that and really think about how we're going to be able to communicate and what they want and make sure that their voice is heard. And then in a more formal way, we also really kind of promote youth voice as well. So we have just launched with the Director of Paediatric Nursing for the Mid and South Essex Hospital Trust, which is Basildon, Broomfield and Southend hospitals. We've just launched a brand new Children and Young People's Youth Board. So we had a first brainstorming session where some of the young people that we've met came along and met with some really senior staff from the hospital and literally had a brainstorming session and were able to say what they hadn't enjoyed about their hospital experience and how they felt that could improve. And 2 of them have actually been brave enough to go along to an actual board meeting with some really senior people from the hospital trust, and they're actually going to go along and share their experiences and say how they'd like things to be different. And that, for us, that's wonderful. That's twofold, because firstly, that's about making sure that services are being developed in the way that young people want them to be. But equally, for those 2 young people, for them, that's major progress for them to be able to sit in a room with people that are making decisions. So that's brilliant. And actually, that's true of Michaela today. Coming here today is in itself a really massive achievement for her. We do a lot of partnership working. So we attend outpatients clinics, we work with the nursing teams, we go to school clinics, we're part of multidisciplinary teams, we work with colleagues in the health service to really sort of talk about how we can make sure that there is wraparound holistic support for young people and how the work that we do can complement the work that they're doing. And actually, we're also involved in skilling those professionals up. There are some quite shocking stereotypes that some health professionals have about young people, and we've been able to really do some work helping them to be able to communicate with young people more effectively as well. And actually, they've been really open to that and have asked us for some help with that. And we work with colleagues in other professionals. I've mentioned the health service, but we also work with social care and colleagues in local authorities' housing departments as well, for example. We also have our Nexus youth group. Originally that was kind of born out of a need to provide opportunities for young people to actually meet with youth workers, because there was only 2 people in the team to begin with. But that's actually evolved into a drop-in session. And actually we did some work with young people, asking them what they wanted Nexus to look like. And what they said, the 2 things that they really felt they got from that was an opportunity to actually be able to come and talk to youth workers, but not in a one-to-one setting. They didn't want to have something formal where they were going out and meeting out in the community. And they also wanted to be able to talk to other young people who'd had similar experiences to them. So that drop-in is just for young people who we've met through the hospital. And then we also do the usual referrals and signposting. So we refer on to other services as well, and signpost for young people. So it's quite a broad kind of delivery model there. If we could move on, please. So we have done some work on quantitative impact, so the cost savings. I'll talk about that in a while. But very often the impact that we're having is qualitative. So it's not necessarily that we can put a financial or a numerical kind of marker on it. So we have got examples in the young people that we've supported who have got improved access to education, employment or training. So that might be that they are now attending school where they weren't, or it might be that they now have a job where they didn't, or it might be that they are now applying for jobs where previously they felt they hadn't been able to. A better quality of inclusion experience. As I mentioned earlier, we do work with a lot of young people who are neurodivergent, who feel that they are not able to access for them what would be a quality experience at school or college. And we've done a lot of work working with schools and education professionals on helping them to have a better experience. Increased confidence in a whole range of different ways, more social interaction with peers. We often hear from the young people how COVID really affected their ability to socialise with other young people, and I know you're going to speak to that in a bit as well. In relation to health issues, we support young people to manage their diabetes better. We were talking, weren't we, about how diabetes is really not understood by many education and other professionals. It's a really big deal for young people who have diabetes to try to incorporate that into their life at a time when they don't want to appear different in any way, but diabetes does mark them out as being different. One classic example of that is, and Michaela is wearing a pump at the moment for her diabetes, but many young people don't want to because it just signifies how different they are. More positive engagement with specialist services. We work really closely with CAMS. They often refer young people to us who are not yet ready to engage with them. And so we are able to smooth that transition into therapeutic support as well. And I won't read the others out, but all of those other qualitative outcomes there are things that are kind of naturally coming out of the work that we are doing with young people. That last one there, the financial savings for the National Health Service, we don't really like to think about that as being an important outcome, because for us it's very much about the individual young people that we work with. But in reality, if we are supporting the NHS to save money, that obviously is going to lead to better outcomes for young people, and we're hoping that will be an income stream for us in the future as well. If we can move on to the next slide. These are just some examples of things that young people we've worked with have actually said about us. That one there, if it wasn't for the youth workers, I wouldn't be here. A young man that we work with actually said that to myself and a colleague. We'd taken him and another young person out for a walk at Langdon Hills Country Park. They both really like outdoor spaces. And at the time, he was sitting in a fairly low tree, but he had climbed a tree and he was sitting on a branch, and he actually said, if it wasn't for the youth workers, I wouldn't be here. And myself and my colleague looked at each other, and he said, I really mean that. I physically would not be here if it wasn't for you. And for us, that kind of really hit home, because sadly, when we had met him in hospital, he had made an attempt on his own life, and he was able to identify, that having that support had really helped him. And then I'll just single out one other there. Thank you for showing me my worth. That again was a young person who had found herself in a very debilitating relationship, and she'd been able to, through having some referrals to some specialist services, had been able to extricate herself from a really challenging relationship. So for us, that kind of qualitative feedback for young people is really important. But if we could move on to the next slide, we are realistic, and we do know that we do have to show that there is a financial saving, especially because we know the National Health Service doesn't have an awful lot of money. And the Mid and South Essex Trust, which is the 3 hospitals that we're working with, they are, millions adrift in terms of their budget, and they are looking to try to save money, but in a way that's not going to impact negatively on young people. So we are really fortunate because we work with the Anchor programme. So the Anchor programme is actually funded by the MSC Trust, and the Anchor programme work with community providers to improve and maximise health outcomes. So they're all kind of partners that are working with the hospitals, and they have been working really hard with us to try to show that financial impact. So we've been able to actually put some numerical figures on the costs. So they've worked out what's the average cost of an A&E visit, what's the average cost of an ambulance, transport, what's the average cost of if a young person doesn't attend for a clinic, and are those things that we can actually support with. Typically, young people don't engage with the health services, or they get to the point where they need an ambulance because of those situational factors in their life which they just don't feel that they can manage. And they recognise, the Trust recognises the value of the work that we're doing, such that when Basildon Hospital was actually, they had a CQC visit a few months ago, and the Director of Paediatric Nursing asked if we would actually be interviewed by the inspectors, because they recognised that we were an example of them working really positively with the community. And actually, we've got myself and somebody from the Anchor programme. We've actually got a meeting with the Managing Director of Basildon Hospital next week, where we're hoping to kind of put a business case for securing some additional funding. And I think the fact that we've managed to get a meeting with her speaks to how valuable we are. But whether they'll actually have the funds is an altogether different question. Okay, so if it's okay, Michaela is going to, we're going to do a double act if that's okay, because it's quite daunting for her to just kind of speak off the cuff. So I'm going to ask some rehearsed questions, and we're going to be a double act, and I promised her I'm not going to let her go silent. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So Michaela has given me consent to kind of share a little bit of her background with you. So we actually met Michaela. It was actually my colleague Daisy who met in the diabetes outpatient clinic. So we've been going along to the outpatient clinics as a way of introducing ourselves and our service to young people, but also as a way of embedding ourselves with the nursing teams as well. The nursing team were quite concerned about your mental health at that time, as well as kind of your physical health. And at that time, you weren't really keen to engage with our service at all, because you'd had some quite negative experiences with therapists, and kind of thought that that's what we were. So you weren't that keen. But your mum sort of really encouraged you to give it a go. Yeah. Is that right? And so you did meet with Daisy. So can you just tell us a little bit about that first meeting and what that was like with Daisy?
At first it was like I was really nervous and awkward. I didn't know how to act or what to say. I thought truthfully that I was just going to be like how normal therapist is, just being in my own words, locked up in a room, drowning with your own thoughts, because that's how I felt all the time.
Where did you go?
We went Starbucks, and she explained like that's not what it's like, and I just felt relieved and a lot more less stressful. Okay. To actually talk.
Okay, and that's quite common for us to go to Starbucks, and you still, and now you're working there, aren't you?
Yeah.
You would never have thought that, would you? Okay, so at that time, how were things for you? And how was your health, and how was your state of mind at that time?
At that time, I didn't really feel like I had anyone to talk to. I had my family to talk to, but at that time, I recently got diagnosed with FND.
Do you want to explain for if anybody doesn't know what that is?
So it's functional neurological disorder. It's to do with mainly stress and trauma, and basically I started passing out and having seizures. I started ticking.
And this was in addition to your diabetes, wasn't it? So you had a lot to deal with.
Yeah, and basically all my mates pretty much dropped me because I couldn't go out without my mum being with me. So then when I started going out with Daisy, I felt like I had a lot more freedom in myself, and it felt like I could talk to her how I would talk to a friend in a way, which was quite nice.
And I remember at that time, Mum was really wary of you using public transport, so you felt like you couldn't go back to college ever again, and it felt like your world was very small, and it's been opened up. Yeah, okay. So can you tell us a little bit about how Daisy has supported you? What are the kind of practical things that Daisy's helped you with?
My confidence a lot. I wouldn't be here to be honest if it wasn't for Daisy.
Okay. What kind of things has she helped you? Did she help you with the job?
Yeah, so she's taught me to push myself a lot, because it was, I didn't get this one job, give up, there's no point. But she would look at me and say, no, like, there's a point, push yourself forward. And she actually helped me get the job because we started going there a lot. And I said, I'd love to work here, but I tried before and I didn't get it. And she was like, keep trying then. And it was the exact same with college. I'm currently waiting for a call to go back in September because I had to drop out of college because they wouldn't let me go back due to my FND. And yeah, she just taught me to push myself a lot and be a lot more encouraging in myself.
And what are you hoping to study when you go back?
I'm hoping to study health and social care to be a paediatric nurse.
Okay, we were just talking earlier, weren't we, about the possibility of a degree apprenticeship. So when you've done your health and social care, that will be a stepping stone to you being able to do that as well.
Yeah.
And I think there were some other practical things as well. So it was really daunting because I think Mum had some health issues at some point as well, didn't she? So Daisy helped you to apply for your PIP as well, which is something that perhaps you wouldn't have felt confident to do yourself.
Yeah, because it was a really hard struggle to get PIP because they stopped giving it to me due to my diabetes and I didn't get it. So it was like Daisy pushed me and my mum at that time to fight back and say, no, we need this PIP right now.
Okay, that's great. One of the things that you said to me was that you wished you'd met a youth worker during COVID times.
Yes.
Why was that?
During COVID, a lot of stuff happened. Obviously, couldn't go near a lot of people. You were stuck in the house. I would have loved it, even if it was just a phone call for an hour or so, to talk to a youth worker during them times, as I think a lot of people would have loved it, as it was just so much going on at that time, that as you're closing yourself away and isolating yourself, you're isolating yourself away from your mental health, and you couldn't really speak up about it a lot, and I think it ruined a lot of people's mental health, COVID.
So would you recommend to somebody else, if they had the chance to work with a youth worker, would you recommend that?
Yeah, because I think that's when a lot of confidence started getting ruined because you wasn't being social.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would recommend it.
Okay. So we've talked about your ambitions, but in 5 years' time, you see yourself training to be a paediatric nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I think Michaela sums up what a lot of young people will talk about our youth working hospital team. They work in very difficult circumstances with young people with very complex needs. When a young person can come and sit in front of a group of foggies like us and feel confident enough to share their story. I'm really proud of you. Well done. I'm glad you came to share. Thank you. And I think I want to move on and start talking about our young carers, because I think there's an element of your life where you've had to care for your mum as well, Michaela, and that kind of links in quite nicely. And in terms of the data and the stats and the work that we've done with young carers whilst we've been delivering that service, you know, it's very consistent and has been for several years. We are working with our systems because they don't quite marry what our spreadsheets are saying, and we've got the actual data. We will share that with you, but there's nothing new there to tell you. The assessments keep coming, the referrals keep coming. It's an endless stream of young people who are recognising, or people around them are recognising, they need support, they are a young carer. So I thought today might be useful to kind of tell you more about the stuff we've been developing with our young carers. So we've been hearing youth voice as a bit of a theme today, and that has definitely been strengthened within our young carers offer. Their half-termly young carer forums and their quarterly family forums have a much sharper focus on reviewing the way that we work and creating opportunities to ensure that we develop our service in line with their needs and aspirations. So I'm going to give you a few examples of what they've said to us and what we've been doing. So they wanted us to improve our awareness, raising posters. They felt they were too corporate. And so our young carers have been working with the council's design team, and they've created their own posters. They've got QR codes on those posters, so there's instant accessible information for young people. Can you make the school assemblies a bit more engaging, please, is something that they asked us. So they are working with my school coordinators on the assembly content. They're also developing a young carers champion network of young people who are saying, I want to come and speak at those assemblies. So they're completely revamping that area of work. Our young carers website page is boring. That's what they told us. So they are now working to redesign the web pages so they are less boring, because they've been done by boring adults. So we're changing that. We want to see more promotional videos about young carers and what identifies a young carer. And I think that's a fabulous idea. The young carers are now working with my team. They are creating their own video content, and they feel that that will enable other young people to self-identify as a carer. Apologies.
Sorry, we just need to use the restroom.
Michaela has to go to work, so
we're going to come back. We just need to
back.
use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Come for break.
Sorry about that. So there was a suggestion that we do something with our young carers and their families while they're waiting for assessment. So we've actioned that. We now have drop-in sessions in every quadrant. Families can bring their young carers, or the young carers can come themselves, meet with the staff, do some activities together, but it also helps prioritise and identify those who are presenting with much higher, much more complex needs around their care, and we kind of triage and they'll get an assessment quicker if there are higher levels of needs there. So that's been really successful. Young adult carers expressed the need for more respite and workshops to support their further education and their independence, and that has led to a whole range of activities. So key workers going to universities with young people, getting them familiar with that space, helping them to build that aspiration, helping them with their CVs, interview workshops. We've had young driver experience days for young people. They're having their first aid and food hygiene, and then practical cooking on a budget to prepare for leaving home and being independent, financial management support, housing and well-being, And some of the examples of some of the work that we've done with our young carers around what they've been telling us they want. We've had supported moves to university, and they now include care packages with cooking equipment, and they also have monthly catch-ups on Teams or on a call with their key workers, so they've got someone to stay in touch with. Gender and sexuality support. We have young people who are now accessing specific groups to help them with their life choices and questions. Supported transition from children to adult mental health services, from children to adult social care. Connect team. Young people are now working towards their driving licence to help them be more mobile and prepare for work or moving to university and being able to get around. Young adult carers have been training as good practice seekers, so they visit our community volunteer young carer clubs, and they do quality assurance. They write reports on and tell those groups what they're doing really well and what they feel their action plans could be. So they're really supporting the wider community of young carers, and we had a young carer recognised as an outstanding achiever at the Jack Petty Awards, and that's for his musical abilities that he has taken into the primary age young carer clubs that he's teaching other young carers to value musical instruments and for it to be a good tool for them. They've completed CFA recruitment training. Young people are always on our interview panels when we interview staff. If you've got any interviews coming up and you want young people, give me a shout. It's a great opportunity and experience for them. They participate in working groups to identify future respite training opportunities, and they, as young volunteers for the young carers team, they've been planning, risk assessing and delivering residential respites for younger young carers. So they feel that need to give back and to support the next generation of young carers, and they're building a lot of skills along the way. My team have been developing an educational attainment impact questionnaire. Now this is going to be completed with the school staff as a case closure process, so they don't close the case until they've spoke to those educational colleagues to make sure that those young people have everything in place to make sure that they can engage well with their education. And I'm just going to give you a couple of quotes from that piece of work. So these children would not have attended school had it not been for their involvement in your service. Their advice and proactiveness ensuring this family and children were supported in so many ways when they were suddenly made homeless. You've enabled them to have a home with furniture, food and the ability to attend school, and that come from the school deputy safeguarding officer. The Young Carer Service has had a considerable impact on this student's engagement. He's much more confident and relaxed. He no longer feels he needs the counselling sessions that we had in place for him before he met your Young Carers team. And from parents, thank you so much for all the support you and the young carers have provided. Your care, dedication and understanding have truly made a positive difference for us. We always feel listened to and supported by you, and your service has brought us a great sense of relief and confidence. And from our young carers themselves, I want to say a massive thank you to my young carers team. You have shown me a purpose in life, and you have shown me that I can do what I dream. I'm just going to stop there because I thought that was just so powerful that a young person expressed themselves that way. And I'm going to hand you over to Paul and Eleni, who've been doing some really exciting work.
Thank you very much. Get the slide up, please.
As mentioned, my name is Paul, and with me is Eleni, and we've involved in the digital youth work, as Eleni has been part of that, in developing that a little bit further. Before we begin, I appreciate that digital youth work might be quite a strange concept and a term that we're not necessarily familiar with, but what it means, it's about the digitalisation and the digital transformation of the youth work sector and its practice. So that can be in the form of things such as online-based youth work, but it can also be integrating the use of technology in a physical setting, such as doing coding workshops or using virtual reality headsets in sessions, for example. Next slide, please. So the past year, we've seen an increase in digital youth work opportunities. We've been testing and trialling a virtual youth centre on the platform Roblox, which is a community-based game platform to provide a safe space for young people to meet who may not be able to meet in a physical setting. In the, I believe it's the bottom left, you'll see a version of the current one. However, over this past year, we've been working with young people to update it, and you can see an image of that in the bottom centre image of it looking a bit more of a better quality and having more opportunities for young people in terms of a targeted approach as well. In addition, we've introduced a digital youth voice group, which is our youth digivators, which Eleni is part of, and they've had a great opportunity to shape how we do digital youth work in Essex and influencing the digital space at a wider scale, which has led to a lot of exciting opportunities, which I'm going to share about later on, because I think what the work that Eleni and the other youth digivators have done has been absolutely phenomenal, even up until last night. Some more exciting things have come from that. As part of it, we do recognise actually with digital youth work there is a challenge of upskilling staff, because not every youth worker is going to necessarily be skilled in using all the technology, and also recognising sort of the safeguarding elements that come from the digital space. And whilst some of government legislation does help with that, such as the Online Safety Act, actually there's still more that needs to be done, which youth workers need to be equipped for. So we've been trying to ensure that staff have been trained and upskilled. So that's been involving myself delivering an introduction to digital youth work training, as well as looking at digital safeguarding and working alongside the National Youth Agency in having some training on using virtual reality headsets in an effective way. In addition, we have looked at opportunities to partner with communities in the delivery of digital youth work. To take one example, we have an organisation that works with those aged 16 to 25 that are either autistic or are waiting to get a diagnosis of autism, and they wanted to run an online session as well as their normal face-to-face sessions. And so very recently we have signed a partnership with them for this digital delivery, which I believe is the first one that we have signed in Essex, which is a major step towards supporting our communities to deliver this type of work. Can I have the next slide, please? One of the provisions that we started this past year is our Young Carers Video Gaming Club. We've already heard a bit about the young carers, but one of the things that was recognised is that some of our young carers aged 11 and above were not attending respite due to having some challenges coming to a physical provision. So we believe that this online provision would provide a bridge to overcome that gap, and staff can engage with them in some form of respite in an online space where they can play games together in a really healthy manner, as well as checking in on them, develop their confidence, in which they feel more comfortable in physical respites in the holiday periods where we do face-to-face sessions then. And after introducing the young carers video gaming sessions, we did a face-to-face session which some of them did attend, and since then they've been coming to more physical respite, which shows the impact that it is already having from, I think, a couple of months to it first starting. And in addition, we've invited the young carers to our generic video gaming club, which again Eleni will be sharing more about, which take place later on the day when we have some special guests from the gaming industry attend. But I'm now going to pass it over to Eleni to share a bit more about the online sessions we deliver. As mentioned, Eleni is part of our youth digivators, but originally started as a video gaming club member and is still a massive part of it. So I'm going to stop talking and allow Eleni to speak.
Yeah, so the gaming club meets once a week for an hour and a half, where we play like a wide variety of games that's accessible for everyone part of the club, because not everyone will have a console or a PC. So we make sure that all the games we play can be accessed either online or downloaded really easily. And we've had quite a few special guests in the past year come join us to talk to us about things. So we've had the organisation Safe in Our World, who have talked about emotional literacy to help people understand how to put their emotions into words with the use of an emotional pizza. So each different topping represented a different emotion, and you could build your own pizza based on how you're feeling. Ocean Generation is an education charity, and they translate complex ocean science into engaging content, programs and practical actions. So following on from the sessions we had with them, we created a game in Roblox called Ocean vs Plastic, which is a first-person shooter game where your character is either part of the plastic team or you're an ocean animal. And that was very fun. That was built over the summer, and because of that, hopefully we're going to have more opportunities in the future to work on different platforms like Unity, which involve a lot more coding and 3D modelling instead of Roblox. The Special Effects Company make accessible games for people with physical disabilities. So they build custom controllers. For example, if you can't use your hands, they might build you something you can use with your feet instead of a regular controller, or eye trackers for anyone with motion disabilities. So that was really interesting. And the Gaming Club for Young People, it's a really friendly group, and I've seen a lot of my friends come out of their shell over the time. We have a lot of interesting discussions while playing the game. So as it was mentioned before, young people like to talk about stuff while doing something simultaneously. I find it really fun, and it's a chance to play new games and talk to new people, and you can learn a lot of cool things from the organisations joining us. The next slide, please. We have been working with the National Youth Agency to help better understand digital youth work in the country. The partnership has led to the creation of the Digital Work Standards, which helps youth organisations understand what digital youth work is and how best to implement it to benefit young people and what they'd rather see online. And these standards were created in partnership with the national youth sector experts in things like safeguarding and risk management, technology, data protection, information security, and the Video Gaming Club is a good case study of good digital youth work practice. Next slide. So next slide.
Also the previous one.
So the youth digitivator role.
Sorry, we're jumping twice. We want to go into the one that says youth digitivator. Thank you. So sorry.
The role was created for young people to be able to have their voices heard and to speak out into events like the National Youth Agency one, and is to combine digital skills and innovative ideas to help shape the youth service as it explores more online services. So some examples of the work we've done recently, we've looked at all of the Essex Youth Service social media, so Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and we've criticised quite a lot their posts that they have been using and come up with better, more engaging ones for them to work on in the future. We suggested ideas for an art competition poster, and that feedback has been taken onto account, and the poster has been remade with our ideas. Some more of our thoughts were included in an introduction to digital youth work training sessions given to the Essex Youth Service staff. It's really important to have the staff know what the young people actually want. We've been given the opportunity to learn how to chair a meeting soon in the future, which I'm quite excited about. And we also have people come to our sessions to talk to us. So we've had someone from the participation tracking supervisor from the Essex Youth Service to talk about post-16 communication and to find out how young people would rather be contacted, so whether that's online services, emails, phone calls. yesterday we had an NHS worker come talk to us about mental health online because she is making an A to Z book on young people's mental health and the digital world, and we provided a lot of information on how our own experiences have been like positive and negative from online aspects, and what advice we would give to parents on how best they can treat the online and safety restrictions for their child on phones. The Digital Youth Work celebration events in London, there's a photo from the screen. There were a few talks on AI and cystic fibrosis and how digital media has helped people understand that. And there was a panel that a few young people, me included, and Alfie on the screen, got to speak about, and we got asked the question, what impact does digital youth work have? I think it has a really, really positive impact, quite an important impact, as it allows young people to have their voices heard where they may not be comfortable to talk in an in-person setting. So behind a screen, you don't have to have your camera on, you don't have to have a microphone, you could just use the chat, or you could just mix of both, or depending on who you're talking to, you could go into a private chat session. And also for people who struggle to meet up in person, they may not have transport access, or they may just have disabilities that they can't go to certain areas, so they have that option to dial in online to still be part of the group. And you're made to feel really welcome in online spaces. And if you're ever not comfortable with a conversation, you can always just leave instead of being stuck in a room. Some personal impacts for me, the video game club has given me a chance, like a set time every week that I can game, because I'm doing A-levels at the moment and it's very time consuming, so I don't have much time outside of school to do fun things like gaming, because gaming takes a lot of time, and giving me opportunities like this and the National Youth Agency panel to have my voice heard, and it boosts my confidence skills in public speaking, because I absolutely hated it a few months ago, and it's added quite a few things to my CV.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Eleni. I think Eleni is a massive example of the impacts that it can have, like a digital space where we can meet young people where they're at, and actually the confidence that Eleni has had has skyrocketed, especially since that event, which was just over a month ago. And so, like, a massive thank you to Eleni and all the other youth digitalizers for the massive impact they've had, because they have kept me on my toes, especially as we'll talk about in the next slides, where we are looking at the use of Discord to engage with our communications, and Eleni and the other youth digitalizers, I think, contact me on a weekly basis asking for an update, what's going on, which we are pleased to say we are piloting Discord at the moment, because they recognise that communication does not work effectively via email all the time, and actually Discord is a place a lot of young people are using. So we have had conversations with information governance to look at how we do that effectively and safely, and we came to an agreement where we can start to pilot it and look at how we can use that as an information sharing point, so we can inform young people of all the different opportunities that are available to them in Essex, as well as also offering some signposting opportunities, like where we are not working 24/7, actually young people can see what support there is outside of our working hours as well. But there has been a lot of fantastic outcomes from the delivery of digital youth work, the ones that Eleni has shared, as well as some others. And as part of our work with the National Youth Agency, they offered some employment opportunities for young people aged 16 and above to be a digital director, to be part of a research known as a Route to Community Success. And it was an opportunity for working with different organisations that were part of that programme, and as Essex Youth Service we were involved in that. A young person who was previously part of the video gaming club a couple of years ago became one of those digital directors and got that paid employment, and as I'll show later on in the slides, they actually wrote the recommendations for how we develop our service in digital from that Route to Community Success programme. It's also widened scope for skills-based development, such as using virtual reality headsets of young people to, for example, take apart and build a car engine, which I didn't want to offer my car for young people to do that. So virtual reality was a very good option, and it's very realistic and accurate to what they are wanting to do for future careers. But it's also been about understanding cybersecurity better as well. The event that Eleni mentioned, they were talking about the concern of AI and security, and one of the young people that attended that event ended up going back home to tell their whole family about actually the risks and how to keep themselves safe. So it has a fantastic impact in that sense. And in addition, one of the things that actually comes to some sort of employment opportunities as well. So currently, Eleni and another young person from the Youth Digivators has been given the opportunity to do work placement with an emerging technology organisation, which is extremely exciting, and I'm a little bit jealous of personally. And so, and with all this, our digital youth work has not gone unnoticed. We are recognised nationally as one of the local authority leads in digital youth work, with other local authorities and organisations looking to us as an example of how to do digital youth work for the benefit of young people in an effective and safe way. Can the next slide, please? As mentioned earlier, we were part of the Routes to Community Success programme, which involved a nationwide survey being filled out, which was focused on digital youth work, as well as focus groups, which Eleni will share more about later. It invited young people in England to share what digital spaces and tools they use and what would be of interest to them regarding the digital youth work opportunities. So in this graph, it gives us details as to what digital spaces and tools young people are using and how regularly they're using it. So with the red being most days and then scaling down to blue and never. And what you can see from this graph is that there's an overwhelming amount of young people who use digital spaces and tools at least once a week or almost every day. The exception to this was some online meeting platforms, as well as the use of virtual reality. However, when asked what would be of interest to young people regarding digital activities, this graph sees a shift, which we'll see in the next slide, please. Where what you'll see is where they're not engaging with VR, actually a lot of them would like to engage in virtual reality as part of youth work delivery, as well as having opportunities to develop digital skills such as maker activities and coding. So what the young people indicate is they're not only interested in the social aspects that digital youth work can provide, but also in the interest-based activities they'd like to see and build on digital skills that will benefit them as they progress through their education and their employment. And it's from this survey that the Youth Digivators were able to take part in a focus group to look at localising the results and give their feedback, which I will now go back to Eleni. Next slide, please.
So the focus group was led by the digital directors from the National Youth Agency from the Routes to Community Success programme. So we were asked quite a few questions on how we like to be communicated to online and what more digital services we would prefer. So obviously Discord is one of the biggest things that we wanted. As you don't know, Discord is a platform that allows you to talk to anyone else who has Discord, you can just add their username. It doesn't require a phone number or anything. And you can make a lot of online friends and join community servers for things you're interested in, like different game servers or any content creators you watch online. Usually will have a server for their community where they post announcements and new videos. Discord is the best platform for gaming as well. It's the easiest thing I find for joining a voice call with your friends or video and screen sharing the games you're playing, just because of the functionality of it. And it allows you to talk to people. If we have a Discord server for the youth service, you can talk to people in your sessions outside of the designated time slots instead and build better connections with friends that you've made in the sessions. It's also a lot easier to receive notifications on Discord because I have it on my phone, on my tablet, my PC, instead of email, because I don't always check my emails and I get a lot of junk that I just ignore. And On the next slide, it will show that a lot of people wanted to learn more coding, which we did some making the Ocean versus Plastic shooter game, but Roblox has its own language, so it's not very commonly known and it's limited in what you can create. And for the Discord server, we do have a server at the moment that's been trialled, and we can't use it fully, but it's there and it's for information sharing at the moment. But we have been very annoying and persistent in trying to get that.
Yeah, as they're very persistent, but that's been the great part of the Youth Voice, that they're actually really active and want to engage with us and see change happen, which has been fantastic. And we have taken what has been said on board, as mentioned, about the Discord. And as we go on to the next slide, please, we received some personal recommendations from the digital director, which was an ex-Video Gaming Club member from Essex Youth Service, who then got employed by the National Youth Agency. And in this recommendations, it's helps build an idea of sort of the national results as well as the local results, and I have it's several pages long, so if someone would like to have a look at it, I can organise getting that sent to you. But it helped to understand how we can develop our support in sort of the digital space. And as they recognised, there was a real keenness towards the skills-based development and looking at how we can support young people in some of the challenges that they are facing and the barriers, which some of them are quite linked to the Make Your Mark results and beyond the ballot, which is, I guess, of no surprise considering that this is the localised responses. If we go to the next slide, please. And as mentioned, it was emphasised a lot, not just in a focus group, but in the wider survey, that the use of the platform Discord would be preferred as a way to communicate. And so we've taken on what they said, we've put those steps in and starting to pilot it, and equally looking at how we can take the next steps forward as a service to support the young people in the challenges they're facing and look at digitalising our work further. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So following the work and the voice of the youth digitizers such as Eleni and taking on the recommendations of the NYA's digital directors, here are some of the steps that we hope to take in this financial year. As I said, at this very moment, we are piloting Discord, and we're doing that with our Video Gaming Club and our youth digibase by taking a small sample to see how well it works before we then offer that across the whole service, that potentially every young person in Essex can have the opportunity to understand what the services are available to them and have that extra support, as well as upskilling our staff so that they know how to use Discord, because it's not something that everyone's going to be familiar with, and equally making sure that what we offer is going to be a safe space for young people as well. So that will therefore mean the continuation of training as we continue to offer the existing training that I've designed, but also looking at new training to widen the capacity of digital youth work delivery, as it's quite a small group of us that do it at the moment. In addition, I'm looking at exploring some corporate partnership opportunities to try and support the work where we can by offering a more targeted approach in our delivery. So just on this Tuesday just gone, we've just had some training on delivering AI workshops where we can teach young people how they can use artificial intelligence to address the issues as recognised in the UN Global Sustainability Development Goals. And that's something that we hope to try and pilot and offer out to young people in Essex. And as mentioned, we have been updating our virtual youth centre, and we hope to, at a stage where we've trained staff and developed confidence, we can open it up officially and offer a drop-in session in this virtual space. And as recognised from the Route to Community Success reports, we will be looking at regular engagement of digital opportunities in our face-to-face delivery. And whilst virtual reality has been rolled out, as I mentioned, with the use of a car engine being taken part of virtually, it's also looking at the other opportunities that are relevant to young people's interests and future aspirations, such as content creation. And again, I have to emphasise that a lot of this would not happen if it wasn't for the young people that have been part of our gaming clubs, as well as from the youth digitizers, because they've been the driving force of all that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
I know you've been in this room a really long time. I'm just going to crack on and I'm just going to talk about the challenges, because when I met Councillor Gooden and the vice chairs, they asked me to kind of bring that to you. So the demand versus capacity is probably the biggest headache for me. Youth work is in high demand, our services and our support is in high demand, and we have the capacity that we have. So the youth work team, they're supporting around 200 partnerships and there's more in the pipeline. They are enabling the volunteers to access support to run services. They spend a lot of time with the volunteers developing their skills and competencies. They're doing DBS checks. They are managing CF external systems for our community partners to hold all of young people's personal information and data. We're providing safeguarding training to them, curriculum support. We're delivering within their provisions when they're short-staffed or whilst they're skilling up. We're completing health and safety and quality assurance checks. We're training the young volunteers to work with the community partners. We're training young people to be the good practice seekers and make sure provisions across Essex are reviewed and developed. They attend local community events and days of action, as well as directly delivering more specialist provisions like detached work, SEND work, LGBTQ plus work, global majority provisions, and they're often working in schools and colleges. They're responsible for our youth centres and ensuring our partners can access them and they're fit for purpose. They're managing bookings. They're working closely with facility teams to fix parts of our buildings. It's an endless list of priorities, and everything they do is somebody's top priority. But we've got to decide on that particular moment in time what is our priority. So the team are incredibly flexible. They could be in a multi-agency meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning and then shutting the youth centre doors at 10 o'clock in the evening, trying to make sure that all the young people have been collected and safe. And there's a whole range of stuff that goes on in between. And honestly, they are just brilliant people who are so flexible. I think we're lucky to have such great people in Essex working with our young people. They're constantly juggling demands and priorities. Then we have our buildings. We've got 22 youth centres in Essex, and some of them are in really great condition, others not so, shall we say. Urgent repairs needed due to structural issues or things breaking down often mean our centres are closed for periods of time for health and safety reasons. That's really disruptive to provisions, and in the case of Dunmore, it's been closed for about 3 years now, I believe, due to serious structural damage and high costs associated with that. We do a very good investment in our youth centres in Colchester due to the town deal funding, and currently having a full refurb of your hub, which apparently yesterday just looked like a gigantic building full of dust, but it's going to be a state-of-the-art youth centre when it's finished. And actually 2 of the other centres have had like a mini refurb and they are complete and usable now. And while that is all fantastic and I welcome that kind of investment in our youth centres, the knock-on effect has been huge. I've had officers who are potentially spending a day a week managing all of this work when it's an absolute different skill set to what they've been trained to do, and it's a real stressor when they're already at capacity with their youth and community work and supporting their teams. So a little bit more demand in terms of the concerns and challenges we have regarding our buildings. We have staffing pressures, vacancies, recruitment, retention it's business as usual for us, and it's not just the youth service. I think young people services in general are in a similar position. It's absolutely a national youth work situation where vacancies are advertised and they're re-advertised without an offer of employment made. Working unsociable hours in community spaces is not for everyone. And everyone interested is not for us. We have to pick the right people to do our work with us. Retention, again, I think that's pretty much business as usual, but I get a lot of questions about it. Staff come into our service, they get a lot of experience and training, they develop a huge range of skill sets, and they often move on as a career progression to other services in Essex or externally. And I know I've spoken about this at this meeting before, but I do not see that as a service failure, even though I'm asked about it a lot and asked why can't I recruit. I can recruit, we do recruit, and we do retain staff. Paul, how long have you been with us?
5.5 years.
5.5 years. I've been here for about 200,000 years. You know, some staff do stay in the service, but we do not hold people's careers back to keep our positions filled. Sometimes it's right to let them go, and we are a feeder service for the rest of the system, and I think that can only be a good thing because they leave us with a really good skill set and move on into other services and areas of work. So despite these pressures I've been talking about and these challenges, the teams continue to rise to the challenge, and I want to finish with just a little highlight from each quadrant. So in the north, where Paul works, West Bergholt, I think I've said it right, is a small, it's quite a large rural village. Transport links are appalling. Provision is incredibly limited. Young people from that attend 15 different secondary schools. So they absolutely need a safe space where they can communicate and keep in connection with their peers. There were volunteers who were running a local youth club, and last summer they decided they needed a break and they were moving on, and that club was at risk of closure. So Paul and the local team got alongside the local parish councillors and helped sort that problem out. So what does that club look like now? They've got 10 volunteers who've completed their safeguard training, 3 have done their practical first aid, 2 have stepped up to be the lead volunteers. They've completed their intro to youth work training, and since we started that partnership in September, we have 139 young people who are signed up to that project, and now 50 to 60 young people a week attending, and they're now looking at the possibility of running 2 sessions a week in that quite isolated community space. So I'm going to move to West now. I don't know what I'm talking about here, so bear with me. Young people said they wanted Dungeons and Dragons sessions. So my team rose to the challenge. They've set that up in Harlow Youth Centre. The young people who attend that have very complex needs, and my team have been working with the young people, and some of those young people have had training to be dungeon masters. It sounds exciting, I guess. I don't know what it means. But actually, the impact of that is that they are running their own provision with the support of my team. And Harlow Library heard about it and said, can you train us how to do that? So young people in that area now have their youth work session run by young people, and they also have Harlow Library who are running Saturday afternoon sessions for young people as well. So there's been a really great success very recently. Mid-Chelmsford, the Romanian Society contacted my team, can you help us set up some Christmas activities for our young people? answer was yes. There's now an ongoing partnership where they are running weekly sessions for young people from Chelmagate Youth Centre. We've trained up their volunteers, they've done their youth work training. They're now exploring formal qualifications because the leaders are absolutely loving the youth work element of what they've been doing. They have around 40 young people who are attending, and they are delivering a range of provisions to those young people around culture, identity, cooking, mental health, resilience and self-confidence. And then finally to the South. The South team have led our volunteer training development, and they've also led our young volunteer passport work for the whole county. So they have been exceptional in advancing our provision for young people and training staff across the county to engage with those processes. They've got some fantastic partnerships in the south of Essex, and I'm going to finish with an email from a young person who received their platinum young volunteer passport in September. And they said, I want to say a massive thank you. You are my role model in my life, and hopefully one day I can achieve my dream of becoming a youth worker. I appreciate you all. And I would say, in summing up what I've shared with you today, Youth Voice in Essex is not just a programme of activities that engage young people. When it is well executed, Youth Voice is an active commitment to hand over power and influence to young people, and it's a willingness to collaborate and co-produce with them. And we do it because it creates the conditions to change individuals, communities and societies. And I think collectively in Essex, we do that really well. So thank you, Vice Chairman. I'll shut up now and see if you have any questions.
That's a first.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mark. Would you like to add?
No, I don't want to, prolong things, but I think what we've demonstrated, Julie and the team, is some different aspects of the youth service that you might not have been initially associated with it. Just, digital youth service, gaming and things like that. It just highlights the fact that the youth service is not youth clubs, not solely youth clubs. I mean, youth clubs are a part of it. It's about reacting to what the young people themselves want. And I've said it before, not what we think they want. And if you pick up that the book that we provided, those are the sorts of things that we are addressing. And I just want to thank Eleni and Michaela. She's had to go. It's quite a big thing for a young person to come and sit, with us here, looking at you lot there. I know that Councillor McGarren, Councillor Stamp came to the dedication of the new Young Essex Assembly members, and saw the passion, and Councillor Player was there as well. In fact, saw the passion that these young people have, and they proved they can get on and do it without our help. To be quite honest, but no, they do a really fantastic job. So, Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Adam, thank you for wrapping up and summarising how the whole system works. And it was incredibly a learning curve for us today, because that was a side that, especially the digital one, I think some time ago we were given a snapshot online, one of the many Zoom meetings, that this was work in progress. And I like your comment, Eleni, that it's not like being stuck in a room. If you get fed up with it, you can just switch the screen off and go and have a wander and come back if you want. So that's one of the real benefits of it. But so thank you very, very much for a very, very comprehensive run through to all the services that you do, and do extremely well with the limited resources that you have. So well done for that. Councillor Durham, first one.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the time, so I'll try not to go on too much. After rather unfairly being singled out for Councillor Goodin for going on in the early part of it. I wasn't the early one. A couple of things. I mean, an awful lot of ground there, but I'd just like to congratulate you on two specific things. First off, the 25.55% turnout in the Make Your Mark vote. I mean, that went up from 10.75% in 2022, and I have to say you're actually putting me to shame because, and some of the rest of us as well, because certainly in Pitsea it's been a while in a local election. We got 25.5% turnout. So well done. If you want to give us any tips, I'd be very grateful. And on a serious note as well, as awareness spreads, that hopefully that figure will go up even more. So, but it's commendable. It's really good, and it's a real shame that Helen and Michaela aren't here now, because I'd just like to thank them for a number of things, but what really caught my attention specifically was the work they're doing with kids with diabetes. I declare an interest here. I've got a son with type 1 diabetes. He's very much grown up now, but he was diagnosed at 13, and the things Helen was saying about difference, absolutely true. I think unless you had type 1 diabetes or a close family member with type 1 diabetes, you don't actually realise just how difficult it is. And it was a long time ago, so I hope things have improved, but I'd also take on board the things that Helen was saying about schools, because, like I said, it was a long time ago. Some of the staff were great, some were not so great, and one was bloody awful, I'll be honest with you. And it can have a really detrimental impact as well, so it is quite serious. However, he was also very lucky in that, well, it's because I'm his dad, and at Basildon Hospital at the time had a young male diabetic nurse called Chris, who was type 1 diabetic himself, which really makes a difference, because obviously all diabetic nurses have great knowledge of it, but to have that lived experience is phenomenal. So I think what Helen was saying, in terms of having mentoring opportunities, so that, when kids are diagnosed or having difficulty with the management, there's someone who's been through it they can talk to, just makes a massive difference. Anyway, I'll shut up about that now. Going on, just one question, a couple of questions. In the Beyond the Ballot event, when you did a quick fire votes, it said that one of the things that came out was that young people said that the voice was not heard on issues that impact them. 35.1% felt that. Now, I know during the day that figure increased, but obviously that's those that were there. How do we as a council, if we can, do things to make them feel that they are being listened to more? So a couple of other quick points. At the same event, one of the things that I think was the young people highlighted that's really, really important, work experience, and the fact that unless your parents or carers or whatever are from a certain social strata, professional classes, etc., then work experience is pretty much precluded for you. I think that's a brilliant point. As a council, I'm sure there's plenty we can be doing about that. As councillors, we talk to people in different industries, businesses, all the rest of it. We need to get that across. I mean, when I was at the Mirror still, a good few years ago, we did a bit of work on that because we felt that journalism had become an almost exclusively middle class preserve, and it didn't used to be. So there are things that can be done. And I've also got a suggestion, because as well, one of the things that under that section that came out was that young people in each school would like to invite guest speakers from different professionals so they can hear about different professions, how you could get into them, all the rest of it. Just a suggestion for democratic services, you could contact every single councillor, ask them would they be prepared to do that, and then build up a database of councillors and their professional backgrounds, because I'm very passionate about getting working class kids into journalism, and I'm sure that's my background, but I'm sure there's plenty of others. So again, if that would be possible, I'd be more than happy to help with that, because I think it's really important, because in terms of journalism, it's for a lot of other jobs. If you don't have work experience, you're not going to get on a course, you're not going to get a job. It's as simple as that. Anyway, thank you.
Did you want to
Brian, address them?
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Reverend. I think your first point around, young people feeling like they weren't heard, I think we just need to keep the conversation going, and we need to do more activities like that beyond the ballot, because what we did there, they were adults from lots of different services and industry at each table. So the young people were talking to a range of people they'd never heard of before. But actually, even like police officers were coming away saying, oh, we need to do our conversations with young people differently. So bringing young people and actually supporting us to do that work, it was a gigantic piece of work, and financially it put me in a difficult position, but it had to happen. We have to do these things if we want to understand what young people's aspirations are for the future. And if we want them to be engaged in civil life, we have to engage with them, and that takes time and resource, and we need to be committed to that. And I think, you know, we did have colleagues from economic growth at that event. We're having lots of conversations there about how we embed some of those aspirations that young people were telling us about. The schools are having conversations, you know, that document has been shared far and wide. The teaching staff brought the young people, were asking themselves questions and going back to the schools. So it's the start in the conversation that we're all interested in supporting young people to find these pathways to a better future and good opportunities that may at the moment be kind of barriered down for them. And work experience, you know, was... projects like this project are creating opportunities, and every piece of work we do, our staff are thinking about, you know, who are they working with, who's the partners, where's the opportunity to engage young people to get into those services. Michaela this morning was asking me about apprenticeships within the healthcare industry, and they're the conversations that we need to have, but it's just about being willing and showing that we're passionate about it. And the young people have set up advisory boards for those big issues, and they've just wrote their plan on who they want, which adults they want on them boards, and they don't necessarily want youth workers and politicians on there. They want industry specialists. They want people who've been involved in gangs and have turned their life around to give some insight in how that's done. They are setting the agenda. We just need to give them the power and the tools to do that, would be my answer.
On that point, Councillor Darren and I attended a gangs session where a chap called McKenna, Paul McKenna, gave us a blinder of a presentation, and we were desperate to kind of get him included into. But you're absolutely right. That's exactly what young people want to hear. Those that have been through it, and not to follow that example, if as the case may be. But Councillor McCrory.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, fairly new to this committee, but once again, I have to say I'm really impressed by the staff, the commitment of our staff in these sorts of services, you know, in education, in library services. People are really going above and beyond with really scarce resources and under very difficult situations. So I really applaud the work that you've done, and as has been said, some of the initiatives there are very new to me, so excellent work. I'm just interested in how you work with local youth groups within an area. I'm thinking of in Chelmsford we had a very active YSG, and we always had a good attendance of county members. We used to have representatives from the YMCA, from the Boys Club, various other organisations. We had youth assembly members come along. In fact, one of them was our vice chair at the end. And we used to receive the applications for various projects and so on. And we'd evaluate the merits or otherwise and award these grants where we had a very limited budget, but nevertheless we really got our bang for our buck, I think, with some of these schemes. And we'd go along and we'd see those schemes after they'd been completed or were still ongoing. And I'm just wondering, is that engagement still continue in some other forum or the other, or perhaps you could just elaborate on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor McCrory. I think you're right, Chelmsford was one of the more successful youth strategy groups in the day, and I remember when I worked in Mid, really enjoying those forums and the range of people who attended, but that was not the case countywide. And that process changed maybe 3 years ago now, and we now have the local community fund where councillors make decisions about how they spend their money, and we support the community to put their ideas forward and share that, and we're not involved in the actual decision of how that money is allocated, other than we're asked our opinion, do we think that's worthwhile? So the system is different now, but actually we did attempt last year to set up district youth advisory boards, because some areas told us they really missed their youth strategy group, and that was to bring young people, local community groups and political leaders together to talk about what they might want in their community, to understand what those services that were new in their area and what was going on. And to be honest, the turnout has been absolutely dire. We've had a lot of officers putting a lot of effort in, and they haven't worked. We've had young people turning up, community people turning up. We didn't get a great political response, and I understand that you're all extremely busy and have so many different commitments. It just didn't work, and we have to accept that it didn't work. But we work really closely with our community partners. We have cluster meetings where the voluntary sector under ECVIS come together. We work with them. They come to our youth conferences. We go to their young conferences. I work with Essex Boys and Girls Clubs. We are both trustees on the Regional Youth Work Board and represent Essex together in that sphere. So the partnership in Essex is as strong as it's ever been in terms of the relationship with the people who are delivering local services to young people. It's as good as you can get, I think, and it's a big system with lots of people, right from the local church groups to young people who are saying, let me run a club, I want to run a club myself, and we work with all of them.
Okay, what was the name of the group that you said was set up but failed?
The district youth advisory groups. So Rory, who's the senior in Mid, set them up for the 3 districts in Mid, and attempted a few times to get them up and running, and they didn't get the turnout. So I'll link you with Rory to have a conversation about it.
The members, you mean?
So for the community group, but also members were invited, so they had a way to meet with the community.
I don't remember that at all.
I've seen all the emails, just saying. I have seen all the emails, that because I was like, what are you saying? No one turned up. I'm not having that. And I've seen that there were emails sent. So listen, I'm not digging anybody out, I promise you. I know we're all so busy, it's hard to get to everything. I'm just stating the fact that we tried it and it didn't work. So mechanisms we have put in place. If we approach the seniors, I think actually in South they're still doing them because they did work in South. No, it's the North East actually.
Yes.
They work really well in the North East. So where they're working, they're working. Where they're not working, we've had to stop our officers putting that amount of effort in, because it's not a priority if no one's coming.
Well, quite so, but I do not remember ever being invited, because I spoke to Louise McKinley and asked, could we not continue in some form or the other? And she said, well, yes, I'm sure we can. I have the same decision-making process, but you can still be involved with the various groups, but nothing happened. So, okay.
I will link my senior youth worker. I'll ask them to contact you directly and have a conversation.
In particular, our YSG chairman, Councillor Jude Deakin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm more interested in the careers opportunities. You know, when do you bring people in to speak to the young people? Do you bring people in who are young to speak to the young people, or do you bring old crusty ones like us sometimes to speak to the young people? Because obviously I'm speaking because I've got a daughter, and everything that Michaela said and some of what Elaine has said rings true, because you go through those different stages, and I'm sure other people who've got daughters or sons go through those difficult changes and challenges growing up in some shape or form, even if it's not your own child, it's friends of the child or the children or the teenager growing up or the young people. And I remember when my daughter was asked to go, because she didn't do the university route, all her friends took a university route to get on and, you know, degrees and everything. She took the apprenticeship route. And when she went to speak to a youth organisation, the feedback from her speaking, because exactly like you, she was nothing like me, but she is now, she's a bit older, so she's a bit more confident. They were really pleased because it was a young person talking, and they could feel, you know, the lack of confidence. And sometimes people have a way of talking to you as though you know it, they don't know anything. Whereas I think sometimes when it's the younger people, and if you do that, what has been the outcome compared to if you have somebody of my age talking to them, maybe?
Councillor Stump, I think it's a blend of need and both, needing the expertise and young people hearing the longevity of a story. I started off there and this is where I'm now, because they can see there's a progression, and with younger people talking to them about careers, they're at the earlier point of their career and haven't progressed as far. But I think young people need that story from all of us, because they need to see themselves in somebody else and go, okay, I was like that, I can do that. Or that person's had a similar background or life experience to me and they've done really well. I remember sitting with a group of young care leavers a couple of years ago, actually. I was asked to go and talk about my role and my background and where we had similarities. And these young people at the start of the meeting they were like, can you get me out of here, to their worker? And they were like, she's an old fogey. And I agree, I am compared to them an old fogey, but we connected because I talked about my past and my history and where I come from, and we connected because there were similarities in our story. And then I told them how much I earn, and then I told them the jobs I've done to get to where I am. And you can see the pennies dropping where they're going, oh, that's a pretty decent wage, I could do that if I did something different to what I'm doing now. And they were talking to me outside and saying, I did not think that I would ever be considering doing like a corporate job, but you've made me think differently. So they need to hear from all of us, because we've all got such different experiences and we've all got something to offer, whether we're 18-year-old and only been employed for a few months, like Michaela. She's got a story to tell about she got out of her bedroom and feeling trapped to actually having a job and feeling like she's got opportunities in front of her, to an old fogey like us who've kind of been around the block a few times and have achieved a lot and want to share that. So I think they need to hear it all.
I think, Chairman, if I can, I'm going back on something Councillor McGurran said. It is really difficult getting work experience for kids. I mean, some of us will remember Project Trident, which was a formal way of, when I was working, I took, dozens and dozens of kids from on like a week or two out of school. Some were good, some were not so good. But there is nothing like that now, unfortunately. There's no formal organisation finding placements for kids, which is a shame.
We do have work experience coordinators, so when we are running programmes, some of our targeted work for young people who we know are just not on track to leave school and have a future destination planned, we're running like Plan B programmes where we're asking young people, what do you want to be? What are your aspirations? What are your skill sets? What are your passions? And then as part of that offer, and this is from Levelling Up funding to make sure we change their pathways, a part of that offer, we have work experience coordinators who go out and talk to our industries and say, give this young person a chance, give them a week's work experience. So we are linking. I haven't had anyone come to me and say, I want to be a journalist, but if they do, I will come to you for certain. And that's what it's about. It's the networks and knowing what people's backgrounds are and where their connections are. Because my team will talk to anybody if they think it will get a young person into a better route for their future. And that, I guess that's part of what we do, isn't it? We're nosy, we ask a lot of questions, and we remember things and we link people together. But the work experience coordinators will go to the workplace and they'll do the health and safety checks, and they'll make sure the employers understand young people with complex needs might be approached differently. So if a young person who has got type 1 diabetes, do you know what you need to put in place for that young person to be successfully do a day's work and feel competent at that, so they understand young people's needs? Because the market needs young people. It needs young people. It needs the energy that young people they've got completely different outlook on life to what I had when I was their age, and we need to tap into that because they've got the ambitions that are going to take us forward. And that digital space, for me, it's like left me behind. I do not understand. It's like she's talking Japanese to me sometimes. But the excitement that she understands that world and she's going to take us forward with her peers is really great. So he's just linking people together, working with our colleagues in economic growth. You know, we know they've got opportunities. We're working closely around how we move our need to eat and the additional support we can put in place by partnering with some of those other services around us. It's an ecosystem that is working really closely to try and make a difference.
One more question quickly.
Yeah, go on then.
Don't they still do work experience at schools? Because I know mine.
They do.
Not all of them, no.
Not all of them do.
Say, because one of the ones from where I am went to work with my husband, who's an engineer, and he used to take him to London or Gatwick or whatever, and it was 5 days. He was up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and this poor young sausage, but he enjoyed it because he's mixing with men and women that was actually preparing him for the possibility, if he was going to be a plumber or an engineer, to do physical manual work, to give him the experience to say, this is what it's going to be. It's not going to be so easy. You're going to have to get up at 5 o'clock. You're going to have to drive 2 hours to get there or whatever. And also to enjoy the lights of London. So he's looking for a shandy, that sort of thing. So, it can have a good effect for youngsters, about 16, isn't it? That sort of age, I'm sure is about 16. Absolutely loved it. Then went from there to do some paid work painting people's houses because it gave them the opportunity to realise there was something else, not just, the things that they were looking at doing. So it can work, Jen.
I think the world has moved on, really.
Yeah.
We, in our professional life, we had 3 shops, and we always used to take 2 weeks of the YTS. In days gone by, I'm probably showing my age there, and that became YTO or something different, and then progressed to Trident. And many, apart from employing dozens of children to do paper rounds and things, but every single one of them kind of did something with their life, because it's not it went up to £25 a week we were paying when we left, but it was nothing like that at the beginning. But it's not what you earn, it's just disciplining yourself and teaching yourself that there is, and also the opportunity, as David was just referring to. But no, I think going back to what we disclosed, the one thing that really took me is the young carer, the cooking on badger sessions, and the driving things. You know, it's incredible. That is really quite incredibly good. And the one thing that Paul did at West Burgold, you know, the project, maybe a trick would be to link in with the Essex Association of Local Council and make parish councils aware that, you know, you can give support to people. And I know that because one young resident, a new resident, one of the many new council estates that have been built, he was get in touch with me every single week about something. I said, well, join the parish council and then you'll be able to input. And in fact, he's joined that, he's made a change, and he's also setting up a youth club, which nobody, you know, and I'm probably going to come and tap on you for someone on this in Mistley. You know.
He'll be going off on paternity leave, but it'll be one of his team.
One of his team, yeah. But you see, maybe it's a way that to make people aware that you will supply some kind of resources to get something off the ground. 10 volunteers, I don't know how many children you had involved in that, 139, and potentially doing another session. So it's a really good news story, you know. But you've given us a massive insight into what you do, and I think digital, it's the way that it's going to go forward, really, isn't it? You know. But like you, it's all double dash to me as well. So I don't think we have any action other than, you know, thanking you and your team for all the work you do and for a blunder of a presentation today. So well done. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your
Because you did get a
You
clap.
did well done.
Well done.
Superb. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
You stretch your legs now. How long have you been sat in them chairs?
No, we've had a break at all.
Too long, definitely.
Take a break.
Yeah, you
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I've got enough mission.
We'll have 5 minutes. Item 6.
Great, thanks for filling in for me.
Okay, yeah.
Are we all signed up, ready to go? Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I think apologies for having to duck out. It's quite an interesting meeting about something else entirely different, but quite an important one. Moving on to the Task and Finish Group report on SEND in Essex. I understand, I think Claire's here, but I understand that Councillor Ball and Ralph Holloway couldn't make it. So the intent is for members to consider the Task and Finish Group report and agree to endorse the recommendations and make any comments on that on the way. Just generally, the Task and Finish Group was formed in April last year in response to concerns raised about the performance and communication within our Special Educational Needs and Disabilities Service. Over the past year, the group has conducted a thorough review focusing on two main areas, the first being communication and trust between the service and families, and the second being the performance of the service in meeting statutory deadlines for issuing education, health and care plans. The group's met on a number of times gathering evidence and insights to understand the current challenges and identify areas for improvement. As a result, they've developed a set of 9 recommendations aimed at ensuring better outcomes for children and young people with SEND, as well as their families. We're now asking that the committee members consider the group report as set out in the agenda and endorse the 9 recommendations. Once these recommendations will be formally adopted, once agreed, these recommendations will be formally adopted to the council and tracked by the committee with support of the Scrutiny Board to ensure they remain a core focus of our work over the next year and the coming future. Thank you. So I don't know if you wanted to say anything on that.
Yeah, Chairman, yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to pay homage to officers who contributed incredibly well to our work, but also to all those on the front line, really, that have to deal with the special education needs provision day in, day out. And the work is sterling, is second to none, and it's very challenging very often, and having to deal with frustration that parents have, and and all the rest of the stuff. You've got to have the patience of a saint, really, and understanding, and I suppose that's why the staff that are doing the work are in a job, because they're able to deal with it. Nevertheless, very, very challenging, and so I just wanted to single them out. I think the recommendation that we've put together really capture all what the concerns that there were from the beginning, and the one area that I was quite concerned was about the sustainability, but the last session we had with officers was very, very clear that the sustainability of it all had been addressed as far as feasibly possible. And of course, there still is the children well-being and school bill going through, which will address the tsunami of that special educational needs world is bringing towards. Everybody agrees that the system we got in place at the moment, it's not fit for the demands there is, and really that's really, to summarise the crack of the problems here, was because of the huge demand that was put on the service. And I like to think that the piece of work that people and family have carried out was very, very good. Like I said, officers responded in an excellent manner, and the one thing I regret is not having the links to the films that Ralph and Claire showed us last time, because that, I totally understand the fact that we cannot share those because they've obviously children involved in things, and but it was just really heartwarming to see the measures that had been put in place to do that. So I'm I don't think there is anything else to add other than PAF will now receive regular reports on how the performance goes, and I for one, I'm more than happy to recommend that the recommendation committee adopts us. Just one last thing: when the last contributor we had, Gary Smith, is the director of several places, and is involved. What he's not involved in is nobody's business, and it was very typical of him not to tell us what he did, how to extract it out of him. What would you do? What would you get involved into? And he kind of gave us a bit of an insight in what he does. But a school that was only supposed to allow to take in 250 children, he's now got 450 in there. And it's one of those people he can't say no. And they've taken over the election spring as well, which again, it's and I just really wanted to highlight what he said about his experience with the service of SEND from Essex County Council. He had nothing but praise for it. As Chairman, I'm very happy to propose that we accept the recommendation as printed.
Thank you. Councillor McGarren.
Yeah, thank you. I echo what Carla said in terms of the office's work. A lot of work's gone into this, and I do appreciate it. I'm very happy with the recommendations. I think they're sensible. They cover the ground that needed to be covered. But I think what we've learned through this is those recommendations really need to be adhered to. We don't want to have a repeat of this again. So I think it's important that there is stuff about biannual meetings and all the rest of it, and that needs to ensure that doesn't slip at all. One thing I would like to mention, though, is on page 111, in terms of the background, it talks about the review was initiated by members of the People and Families Policy and Scrutiny Committee after blah, 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 as well, and it goes on to say, as well as parents of children with special educational needs and disabilities raising questions at those same meetings. It's I'm not expecting the report to be changed or anything, but in my view, it was largely because of those questions. It wasn't that was a kind of additional thing. If it hadn't been for those questions, I'm not sure the Task and Finish group would have formed, and I'm not sure we would be voted on these recommendations. So and also I think it'd be remiss of us not to thank someone who's not here, which is Councillor Marie Goldman, for the work that she did on this throughout, and in highlighting some of the issues as well. I hope Councillor McCurry will work with me on this one, but I think about, in terms of Marie Goldman, one of the best compliments I can give her is I don't understand why she's a Liberal Democrat. Just a couple of, it's my last meeting. I do. We've got to go out on a high note.
She's not a socialist, that's for sure.
Another thing, I mean, again, I don't want to quibble too much, but there are elements of the report that I don't think should be there. It's a Task and Finish group into failings, and what it does on a couple of occasions is it talks about significant progress was confirmed in the initial areas of weakness and the initial areas of weakness identified in 2022. Is that really true? Because if that was the case, why where we were in 2024? And there's also on page 125 a parent statement, which is incredibly positive. And again, in a different report, there might be a place for that. But I think when we're looking at failings, I just think it makes us look a bit daft in terms of the very strong feelings from some of the parents who weren't happy. I just think that makes us look a little bit silly, and it's a little bit Pravda-esque, if you don't mind me saying so.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but all I'd say is that I think the challenge around the staff as well was quite significant, and I would hope that out of the report, I personally wouldn't want to demoralise the people who have put in quite a bit of effort. So I think if the wording is not exactly correct. I think there was a need to try to make sure that we boosted their morale.
I understand that, but just to be clear, I'm not attacking the staff. You know, we all know the nature of the problems and, you know, the issues that they were facing at the time. But I think, you know, it just seems a bit at odds with itself at times. But my main point is that on page 124 it says, in terms of the EHCPs, the figure we now know, so the September was 1%, then the October was 0%, and it took till March 24 for that to begin to improve. What concerns me still is that we didn't know anything about that. And, you know, so that's a 6-month period where it was 0 or 1%, and we didn't know a thing about it. So I think, again, the recommendations have to be really strictly adhered to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I personally feel we should have been told. You know, we have regular updates from Councillor Ball, and you know, no offence, we're very quick to hear about the successes of Essex County Council, but we need to know about that, because action could and should have been taken earlier than it was, and that does concern me. And final point, I think all the recommendations are important, but number 6 is particularly vital. So if a special attention could be paid to that. But like I say, I think the Task and Finish group did a decent job in difficult circumstances, and as long as the recommendations are followed, hopefully we won't find ourselves in a situation like this again.
Well, and I think just to add, we have got a provision where the motion of full council asked for the service to report fairly regularly, so we've got opportunity going forward to make sure that continues to be monitored. So hopefully that will meet the suggestions you make. So, but thanks for that. Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I'm going to upset Councillor McGarren again today by agreeing with him.
No, what's going on?
It's getting to be a bit of a habit, I'm afraid. But the point you made about the committee not knowing about the failings of the service is critical. I don't want to sit on a scrutiny committee that only hears how great we are. The purpose of being on this committee is to make those services better. And if they're already outstanding, what can we contribute? Very little. If they're failing, there is much more input that we can have that will have value. And I put that across the board. I'm not just targeting this particular service in that comment, but right the way across the board. So I do have that issue with perhaps the way that we focus scrutiny as a method of improving service. And just on the recommendations, I can't argue with any of the recommendations as you would expect, but my question is, why haven't some of them been implemented already? You know, create a PO box number. Well, surely that didn't take much effort, did it? It doesn't need a cabinet member decision to do that. You know, it's lobbying for teacher training to include SEND training. Completely agree. Why haven't we already got the cabinet member to do that? I'm not saying that PAF shouldn't do it, but cabinet member should have been pushing on that already. Tony's a friend of mine. I will give him some grief over it. But I just think sometimes we approach these things from the wrong direction, and occasionally Councillor McGarren is right, and on this instance I would agree with him.
Definitely going out on a high.
I'll get you the sack.
This is all getting worrying. Councillor Platt.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, well done to the Task Finish group and the officers for the work that's gone into this. One query I did have is, other than the Chief Executive of the Hope Trust, was there any other external input, particularly from teachers and SENCOs in Essex, into the report? And then just finally, I know it's mentioned in 7, but what are we actually going to do to ensure that these recommendations are achieved and held the cabinet member to account? On page 131 of the agenda pack. That's really the only mention of it.
Okay, sorry, was that?
2 points were, other than the chief executive of the Hope Trust, was there any other external input, particularly from Senkos and teachers? And the second point was, what are we going to do to ensure that these recommendations are adhered to?
Well, I think in terms of the first question, we took quite a bit of evidence from a number of people, including the Family Forum. Difficult to expand it to the full thing. So hopefully we got a reasonable insight into probably one of the most experienced of the teachers. But I think that's actually something that we need to do going forward, because this has set a basis on that.
So it was one teacher?
Sorry?
Was it one teacher?
Well, it was Gary Smith who came along. He's, as I said, probably one of the most experienced people, and so. But I think difficult to include everybody. When did we stop? So I think it's something that needs to be done going forward on that. Can I just interrupt there, because I know that Wendy and Mike have got to go. Did you want to say anything just quickly?
Mine really quickly, Chair, because I'm conscious of the time, is I actually think the report is very good in the recommendations. I think the officers put a lot of time, and they did respond. Yes, it most probably isn't in the quick response that people were expecting or ideally wanted due to the severity of the issue. And when we raised our eyes at that first meeting, I think a long way has gone. And the officers have, yes, I take on board what Councillor McGowan turned around and said about it should have been identified earlier, but I think we've got to go and acknowledge how much work has been done in that year when it wasn't reported to this committee, but also we need to be aware that the job isn't done. Priorities have had to be made due to resourcing issues, and it is a national issue. I'm not making excuses to County Council, it is a national issue. But I also want to praise, like what Carlo said, the officers who have put a lot of hard work in, who has taken a lot of stick. But we do need to make sure we are delivering provision in areas where kids aren't being bused and taxied over an hour each way or 2 hours, because we still haven't met that challenge. But I would like to thank them. I think they've done a heck of a good job. And I really apologise, members, but me and Mike's got a meeting at 3 and it's with the leader. We better not miss him, had we?
Did you want to say anything? Well,
take on board what Councillor McGurran said about former Councillor Goldman's contribution to this, and it's quite interesting that all this came about through casework. She picked up on one particular family who were having trouble. The word sort of spread that this individual is prepared to help you, and she just got this whole deluge of people who are having the same problem, and so I think I will pass on your comments, all of your comments.
Thank you.
But I know you get on well with Marie over certain issues, but I think it just shows you sometimes that you're not actually aware sometimes of some of the really deep-seated problems that are out there unless you're talking to the residents. So anyway, I'm happy with the recommendations. Have I got my mic off? They're all wondering what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm happy with the recommendations, Chair.
Doing two things at once isn't always a good idea.
Agree them with members still in the room, isn't it?
What? Just before you run off, could we have an agreement?
Agreed.
That's great. Thank you. Did you want to say anything at all?
Yes. Which room are you going in? Because otherwise we'll get echoes.
Well, I'll go into my office.
Clear to.
Thank you. Councillor Ball asked me to say a few words in his absence. He apologises he can't be here. We just wanted to thank both the work of the Scrutiny and the work of the Task and Finish group for all that you did in terms of the evidence that you gathered, and just to acknowledge that we're absolutely not where we need to be. We do get that, but we do also acknowledge the recognition of the progress that has been made, so thank you for that. And that for those recommendations that respond directly to the service, we will absolutely deliver against those recommendations. So thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you. And well, I'm sure you'll be back here again at some stage.
That's not a problem. I'm happy to do that. Very happy. Yeah.
Thank you. Brilliant. Well, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Chair, we can also give Yaz a shout on, I think this has been a first Task and Finish group report, isn't it? Yes. And yes, talk about baptism of fire. So well done, Yaz, for having put it all together and translated it on in legible format. So well done.
Yes, no mean task. Great. Well, thanks to everybody for that. Matters arising.
Pretty well under control.
Yes, I think most of that's under control. There's things underway and being dealt with in upcoming agenda items. So I think probably not much to say on that, unless anybody's got any comments. The work programme. Well, that's something that we've been looking at in terms of future packages, and because there'll be new iteration of this committee with some new members. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
With some new members and some changes, and I think there's some interesting work coming forward. I thought the conversations we had this week about the mental health issues were quite relevant, and I think that's coming in June, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it is. And like you say, we can link in with some of the initiatives discussed today, such as the Men's Gaming Cove. That links in quite closely with the item in general. So
yes, yes. Well, I thought that was interesting. The comments around male victims of domestic violence. You know, whatever the figures are, I think it's something that is often forgotten and can be quite absolutely quite traumatic. So that's an interesting package. So the next item then, unless there's anything else on that one, is the date of the next meeting, which is set for the 12th of June. So we haven't got any urgent business or any urgent items. And all I'll say is adieu. Thank you, Ray.
Chairman, before the meeting is finished, I'd like to put this on record. I think it would be great to acknowledge the last 4 years of your chairmanship on this committee, because I personally think it's worked pretty well. We've covered some pretty big subjects, and it's right and proper that we've ended up with what I thought very thorough Task and Finish report on special educational needs. You've given the committee. I've sat on this since 2014 when I replaced Mick Page, and I've got to say this has been very pleasurable last 4 years, Chairman. So well done thank
you very much for that. I mean, I think we've, probably the most uncomfortable item was the SEN, but that in a way demonstrated some quite
important scrutiny.
And taking Malcolm's comment about not always looking at the good things, and actually it's the things that are not going so well. That wasn't just a not going so well. But thank you very much, and I have to say I've quite enjoyed it, and I think we've had some good
job
and some good debates, and thanks to everybody for your support.